was just talking to famous people. And you could say, I'm back. You could say, who loves you, baby? I'll tell you who loves you. Telly Savalas and me. Those are the two people who love you. I've been a little enamored of that Telly Savalas saying. I guess he had that saying on Kojak. I'm not particularly familiar with Kojak, but somehow I remembered that Telly Savalas had some saying that ended in baby. And I looked it up on the internet, and the saying is, who loves you, baby? It's me, I do. I love you. Me, Telly Savalas. So, just got back from the supermarket where we can find the pharmacy. Hello, Acacia. Wonderful to see you this morning. I hope the bright sunshine and warm weather bring you winter cheer. So early, I'm eating SpaghettiOs. It is too early for SpaghettiOs. But you know what it's not too early for? A little something I like to call Adderall. That's right. I got my prescription. We're living large. We're going to play some piano. It's going to be wonderful times for all. Rachel's still asleep, so I have to play a little bit quietly. So for the first time since getting the new car, I actually listened to music in the car. Yesterday I was listening to the Super Bowl all the way home. But man, that car has got a pumping stereo system. I am so thrilled. Like, it's better than the Minis for sure. It's better than the Versa we rented. It's like the best stereo system I've ever had in a car, which is really nice and an unexpected treat. Okay. Piano time is here. Everybody cheer. We all love piano time. If you disagree, then you don't see how wonderful piano time can be. Piano time, piano time. You know it's piano time, oh yeah. To play the piano, it's so damn good. Ta-da! Can I play In the Pool by the Piano? I don't know that song. I can play This Is How You Rock. How about that? This is how you rock. Everybody knows how to rock. Cause this is how you rock. If you don't know how to rock, I'll teach you how to rock with my rocking song. I like to rock, you like to rock. We could rock along and we could talk. After we rock, we could talk a little bit then, I suppose. But first we got to rock. This is how you rock. This is how you roll. If you don't know how to rock, then you better just go for a stroll. I learned how to rock back in 1843. They taught me how to rock when I was only 3. And this is how to rock. Acacia's going to sleep. She don't know how to rock. If you did, she would keep a different clock. I learned how to rock in the Austrian way. I learned how to rock and it only cost me a day. How to rock. People come up to me. Eric, we can see you know how to rock. Could you teach me with your talk? No, I can't talk you through this. You just have to make a fist. Sell your soul to the devil too, and then you could rock just like you want to. This is the part of the song that changes. It's not the same as it was before. This is the part of the song that rages. You could get it at the store. This is the part of the song that's cool. You think so, or you are a fool, and I know that you're no kind of fool. I know how to R-O-C-K. I'm gonna rock you hard every day. I'll put on the 8-beat drum beat, and then you'll have to rock your rocking feet. Let's rock. That was the first song of several today here on Rocking Piano and You, an expose. Olympics so much. I said, who loves the Winter Olympics so much? It's me. I love the Winter Olympics. I like to watch them ski around, even though sometimes they fall on the ground. Look at you go on your ice skates. Mucho Cafe into Culo. My favorite ice cream is called the Winter Olympics. If you don't like the Winter Olympics, you're bad. 'Cause the Winter Olympics are the greatest thing that I ever had. Hi, Victoria Q. Yes, we're playing a little piano today. Look at my mouse here. And push this thing here. Hi, Show Media. Sorry I didn't say hi to you. Hope you're doing well today. And if you're doing poorly, what then? I don't know. What's this? Let me put this view as a list. Huh. I'm gonna have to do a different kind of search. Look in documents. It is in documents, maybe? Let me search for. Let me close this. I'm looking for something specific here. I want to see it by date modified. I guess it's. Why are all these so old? Type in piano. Maybe, Well, a lot of stuff here, but none of them are text files, it doesn't seem like. .txt? No things, huh? .txt? No. Maybe it was in that folder I uploaded and deleted. That's certainly plausible. Let me go to Google Drive and look in brand new folder. Seems like this is indeed where it probably is. I need to see the New piano song TXT? It might be that. Yeah, it is. I need this back on piano now. G7 suspended 4. F, what is that? I have no idea what chord that is. I'd have to listen to it. Oh, this is it right here, yeah. Let's see. I'm not sure I can figure out what that chord is. Bam, bam, we drove it down and got a cook, then walked in the park. Shady trail, stroll along. He's humming this new song, it's getting hot. She wants to stop and make their way home. Remains nothing ever stays the same. What's ordinary now is precious once it has gone. Yes, I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do this song, but I'm happy to be revisiting it. It's a great little tune. Hi, Carrot. Could you kindly take a dump on my lap by any chance? Yes, I can. I could take a big dump. I could take it on your lap. Piñatas. Hi, Winston's mom. Sombreros. 5 pesos each to ride my burros. But I came down here to experience old Mexico. Sit on the beach, perhaps. Take things slow. Piñatas. Sombreros. 5 pesos each to ride my burros. Tequila and churros. Siesta time in Tijuana. Yes, I came here to old Mexico to experience the charms of together. Sombreros. You go for a churro, huh? Hi, Heroland. Nice to see you. In old Mexico. Piñatas. Sombreros. 5 pesos each to ride my burros. That's right. Tequila and churros. Fiesta time in Michoacan. That's right. Fiesta time in Michoacan. Michoacan is a state in Mexico. Have I ever been to Dubai or Saudi Arabia? No, I've never been to the Middle East. I've been to Europe, I've been to Russia, I've been to China, I've been to Taiwan, I've been to Canada. I've been to America, I've been to Mexico. I've never been to South America, and I've never been to the Middle East. So that's just something we all have to live with. Who would want to go anywhere else? I don't want to go anywhere else. I like staying right here in America. How would it be to a Muslim compared to a Jew? Well, Muslims would have a better time in the Middle East than Jews, probably. There seems to be a fair amount of anti-Semitism among the Arab populace, and probably a fair amount of anti-Arab sentiment among the Israelis. But, you know, I'm neither Jew nor Muslim, so what the fuck do I care? Nothing at all. Russ and Steven are a couple of guys, work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived, they work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven are a couple of guys, work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived, they'll work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven love delivering cheese. Russ and Steven love delivering cheese. Oh, you mean Britain's little daughter? Canadian? I'm not Canadian. I am an American from the land of America. I agree with you, Generation X. Canada and America should be good friends, and Trump's kind of weird. In general, the whole, like, let's enforce the Canadian border the same as we enforce the Mexican border is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's just have free passage back and forth between Canada and America. I've made challah bread before. It's so fun to knot it. It's nice and sweet. Challah bread. Holla at my challah, holla at my challah. This is my challah bread. Holla at my challah. You love Ottawa? I don't hate Ottawa. I don't have really any strong feelings about Ottawa either way, I guess, but. I love Ottawa, yes I do. I think it's great. How about you? It's filled with otters and filled with good friends. I think let's go to Ottawa again. Ottawa, what a great place. I think it has the best big race. The Marathon of Ottawa goes a lot further than ya about Ottawa. OTTTTTTAWA, Ottawa. If you love Ottawa, get up and dance. If you don't love it, then take off your pants. West Ontario, born and raised. I like Ottawa for all of my days. Ottawa, Ottawa. Ottawa, Ottawa, Ottawa. Don't say you gotta go to Ottawa. Don't be an otter in your Cadillac car. Ottawa is great. It's got a fate of all the great nations in the world. It's gonna be secession and free, just like Quebec wants to. O-T-T-A-W-A. What do you think that spells today? O-T-T-T-A-W-A. Ottawa is such a great place. Ottawa, Ottawa. Don't you go and gotta cut. You gotta know what I say. Go yourself to Ottawa today. There. So, for all you Ottawa lovers, now you know I also love Ottawa so much. No, I'm not on ketamine. No, I'm not on meth. No, I'm not on heroin. I'm on speed. No, I'm not on Catterall. No, I'm not on anything. Yes, I am on amphetamine because I'm so cool. Amphetamines. If you're on amphetamines, everything is fun. If you're not on amphetamines, everything is dumb. This song is so great because today it's fated to bring me amphetamines. If you take amphetamines, you could be cool like me. If you take amphetamines, you could play piano, see, and then you'd know just how it is to finally be alive. And then you'll say, wow, what was I doing with my life? You were wasting your life not taking amphetamines. You were wasting your life not taking some amphetamines. Now you know how to win your life, winning these contests that you've always lost because you didn't have them. So let's all take amphetamines. Let's all take them now. Let's all take a lot of amphetamines. If you want to be just like me, you should take some amphetamines. Then you'll play piano too. You want to borrow some? I don't blame you for wanting to borrow some, but yeah, every time I've lent people amphetamines before, they try to give it back to me. It's all like inside their body, difficult for me to access. We're gonna rap hard, just like it was crap. And it was retarded, and it was a trap I fell into when I went to school. Gonna roll, we're gonna rap and rock and roll, we're gonna combine the two, don't you know, because that's what we do when we're rocking and rapping hard. But then you get the real hard beat from the streets. This is the beat that they listen to in Compton. Geez, you should put it on your stereo and rap to it too. I never heard a better tone, a better song, a better thing in all the world. I never knew that anything could do the things that this thing is doing right now. I grew up on the streets, a gangster beat. I went to town and drove some treats. I went to the store and I stole their stuff. I killed some people, and that is enough to make me a gangster. I'm so tough. Don't get in my way or I'll bust your butts. Then you'll know how bad it is to mess with me. I'm a gangster, kid. You're not from any kind of streets but the sad streets of tomorrow, maybe. And everybody knows those ain't gonna do shit. My sins, my strings. My strings are synthetic, but my heart is real. My strings are synthesized, but what's the deal? If you think that someone with synthesized strings can't rock, then you are wrong. I was walking down the street the other day. Somebody came walking my way, said, "Eric, could you rap me a song right now?" I said, "Sure, I could." What do you want, a cow or something else in the song? Something like maybe how it goes wrong when you go out on a date and everybody says, "Eat your plate," but you don't want to eat your plate because it's all empty of food, and that would just be rude to the restaurant to eat the plate, and then they'd have no more plate to eat. Because everybody wants to eat on a plate. Nobody wants to eat with their feet. Nobody wants to eat on the street. Nobody thinks that they can beat this here song, and that's just true. Because this song is about you, and that makes it the best song ever. Yes, it does indeed. Hi, I'm an ENTP and my girl's an INTP. I love her, but lack of physical intimacy makes it hard for me to either judge or enjoy. What would you do in my shoes? I can tell you, INTP, ENTP, great friends, not necessarily a great couple. Neither of them is very physical. And it's almost like incest, right? Like, I know you too well. I am too much of you. INTPs and ENTPs are very similar. Very, very similar. Just like any two types that have just the first letter switch. You want to get with, instead, Mr. ESP, you want to get with an INFJ or an ISFJ. Okay? Just listen to me, and I'll tell you what to do. You gotta dump that girl, cause you won't last. She's an INTP fast, and you are the extroverted version of her. You gotta break up real quick, and then find yourself something else to dick, because that girl and you will never last. Of course, I'm kinda joking. Any two types can do that, but it's not the kind of poking that you really want to last, cause you're not intended to be with somebody so metaphysically equivalent to you. So what do? Well, first you break up and say, okay, listen to me, and this is why I hate. It's because we're not intended to be together. You're so intellectual, and I'm so intellectual, that neither of us is sexual enough to make us a couple. There you go, Leo. I've answered your question in song form, just like you wanted. Gregory in disguise, huh? He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them. Because bridge brings a new approach. Legally, he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory in disguise. I heard that, Sean Saunders, that if you do amphetamines, your pee amphetamines in it. I heard that from a comedian who was a former meth addict who talked about drinking her meth pee. Really quite gross. I was a meth addict, but I never drank any of my pee. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas. When they hire his firm to change that name, she's still asleep. And Gerald always up to be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up, and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on the business, thinking of changing factless to listless. Oh, how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. And Geraldville knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to be but, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Now Gerald has a thought, and Gerald has a lot, and Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what's called Christmas. When they hire his firm to change that name. Yes, Gerald has a thought. Yeah, she didn't leave me, she's just sleeping. She didn't leave me, she's just sleeping. What, are you scared of birds? Come on, everybody, let's go. Let's start rapping. I'll go slow. You can go to the place you go. You can go see what your kind of flow looks like in space. You could see. You could go to Iceberg G. You could go to Iceland just like me. Go and Eurotrance. Let's go. Eurotrance. Come on now, Eurotrance. Let's go. Eurotrance. You think I don't wear some pants? Well, no. I do wear pants. Stop accusing me of going pantless. It's not true, and I know that France is far away from you. This, I got it right. Here we go. Come on, everybody, Eurotrance. You know that it's a big advance in history. Everybody come and listen to me play the Eurotrance. Let's watch them skiing, they're going downhill. They are riding on top of their wheel. Let's see them skiing, let's see them jump. They want to go and touch your rump, but don't let them. Rump touchers, rump touchers, get away from me. Today you'll see I got no room in my life for rump touchers. Don't touch my rump, and if you are an usher, then you shouldn't touch me anywhere at all, even on my hair or in my balls. But don't touch my rump, that's for sure, because I don't like rump touches, that do too. Yes, you see, keep your fingers away from me. Rump, touch your rump, touch your rump, touch your rump. Don't touch my rump if you don't want to dump all of your feelings. I'm not interested in seeing what you have to offer. Rump, touch your rump, touching my rump. Get away with your rump touching bunch. I don't want my rump touched by you. I probably should have called that song Rump Toucher, but what? You said gun? Bliggity blah? Well, I still think I love her so. I think that we both know that if you're an INTP, you don't know what that means. You'd be like, is love a feeling or is it just orange peelings lying on my floor above me, just like the stars? I like feeling love, but I don't know what it is. Everybody tells me it's the shizzes, but I'm not very well equipped to know. My FI is blind, you see. I'm like a little child, gee. I can't really learn anything from my feelings. But that doesn't mean that you aren't right. Our feelings can't be trusted, but that doesn't mean they're not sometimes right. Better to overvalue something that's precious to you than undervalue what you know you need to hold in very high regard. So okay, fine. I guess don't break up with that girl. She's an INTP That's kind of cool. And I think that you should have plenty good conversations. Let's talk about philosophy and why we're not in a simulation, even though all the theorists say we should be. I'll tell you why. Because it doesn't make a lot of sense if you consider the options. For example, is it simulated entirely independent of people? Like, is it a simulation sent into my brain? Or is it some other kind of frame in which they're simulating everything? Everything. Thing. You've only got two options, really, if you think about it. You could be a body somewhere with simulations that are sent into your head, or you could just be all simulated yourself from the bottom. And if that's true, then is it also the case that they got them in line for all the other people as well? Cause it seems like if you were simulating every conscious being in full and having all their conscious individuality pull, then that would require perhaps too much computational power. It wouldn't be sustainable. Now, people argue that instead it's rendered on each person's computer independently, by which I mean inside everybody's brain. Oh yeah. But here's the problem with that. If it's real in fact, then they're simulating everybody inside a simulation. And that doesn't really make sense. Here's the thing about simulation theory. Hello, Ruben. Hello, Alex Holdfast. Hello, Possum Hunter. Who loves who? Love one and others peace out. Fair enough. You know, who loves you, baby? It's me. I love you. I'm Telly Savalas. I'm the Telly Savalas in this particular equation. enough. Okay, we can conclude I'm swacked out. That's also how you get better on the piano too. You just try to do the thing over and over and over and over and over again until you can kind of do it. That's how you do it. That's how you learn to play the piano. Hi, darling. How you doing?
Good. How did you go?
Well, as you can tell, I didn't get any Adderall.
Oh, you didn't?
No, they didn't have it this week. They said you're gonna have to come back later. Just go home and tweak out on the piano without any Adderall.
Oh.
No, that's not really what happened. My point is, there's no way I'd be tweaking out on the piano like this if I wasn't on Adderall.
I would think that you'd be tweaking on the piano if there was.
Right, no, I am tweaking on the piano because there is Adderall. I was just kidding.
Oh, you did get Adderall?
Yeah, I was just kidding because it's obvious that because I was tweaking out something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was like thinking to myself, I'm like, wow, he's super motivating himself. Like,
Want to?
yeah, sure. You think that'll help with my
Possibly. What is the name of that 20-minute song? That's called Practicing the Piano. It wasn't even a song, it was just this idea I wanted to see if I could play.
I liked it.
Thank you. Took me a long time to figure out how to play, but I kind of played at the end, so. Yeah, that's progress. And that's what we're looking for here at Alcoholics Anonymous. Progress, not perfection. You're a good cat, eating your food.
You know that like car racing is a part of the Winter Olympics?
Car racing? I don't think they have any auto sports in the Olympics.
Okay.
There's no motorized stuff. In the X Games, they have like snowmobile flipping and stuff. But
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
not in the Olympics. By the way, these melt really well. I put mine under my tongue.
Oh, good. It's in my cheek.
They melt better than most of them, seems like. You're a good cat. Living in Reseda. Have I considered the connection between ADHD and nasal congestion? No. In general, amphetamines work kind of like an antihistamine. Certainly, they behave more like an antihistamine than like a decongestant. I feel sweaty and stinky. But I am super pleased that I drove home in the car from the store today. I decided to put on a little music. And oh my God, that car has the best stereo system of any car I've ever had.
Well, that's a nice plus.
Yeah, it's pumping. It sounds so crisp and perfect. It's just wonderful.
Well, that'll make it fun.
Yeah. I listened to the Never Fair Always True film on the way home. You know, it's a single.
Oh, was it able to put the videos on the screen?
No, it didn't put the video on the screen, but that is one track. It's like 20 minutes long. It's got like 4 or 5 songs on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly indeed. I believe there's an episode of The Simpsons where he's trying to imitate Mr. Burns, and he, instead of saying excellent, he says exactly. I cranked up the bass on that EQ when I was driving the car way better than my JBL speaker. I reset the levels to flat, but it sounded really good the way you had it with the bass and treble up. It's also got like 5 different EQ presets for rock, pop, jazz, classical, talking, something else maybe. So that's pretty cool. Also, it's got, hi Cameron, by the way. Do I have cats? Yes, Hudella, I do have cats. I went away, moved somebody, bed's box springs, headboard now and back. The turkey stroll song has changed. Yeah, well, I was practicing piano. I wasn't really playing a song. I was trying to figure out how to play something. Chevy GM may use Bose sound system in the Cruise. It's in many other models. Maybe that's it. I don't know. It's also got a good microphone because, like, the phone rang when I was in the car, and my phone was in my pocket, but I answered it with the car, and I just talked to Rachel, and she said she could hear me fine. So it must have a microphone inside the car to pick up your voice.
That's good.
Yeah.
It makes it easier to have to worry about your phone.
Right. It interfaces my phone really nicely, actually. And it also doesn't seem to cause me to not have a microphone on the phone when I get out of the car. When we had the Nissan Versa,
I think so, yeah.
It caused my phone to not have microphone after I got out of the car unless I turned the Bluetooth off. It like wanted to seize full control of my phone or something.
Yeah.
So I think today may be the day that I put this outside. Yeah. Pump it up, everybody. Pump it up. You're going to your appointment out in an hour. All right. Well, hope you have a great appointment. Someone broke off the side mirror in my car. Vandalism is a bummer. Yeah. Probably more likely somebody ran into it with their car than vandalized it like that, but it's possible it's vandalism. Probably just like accidental hit and run. Like they knew they hit your car, but they didn't stop to do anything about it. They're like, "Do you think we can get away with this?" And then someone else said, "Yeah," and then they did get away with it. What's this you say, Eric? You can't start ponding right now. It's not ponding time. Listen. I'll be the judge of when it's ponding time, okay? I'm the expert on that. Right, what is this? This goes on top of this to prevent stuff from getting into it. Yeah. All right. Now, we've got this plug and this tube. Okay. So the tube goes onto here, but this seems like it might be not the right size. So we have to get one of those adapter things. Okay. So here's the adapter. And of course it doesn't fit on this one. Well, great. Maybe this will fit on there if I force it. Do I need a different size tube? Do I need a bigger sized tube? I might need a bigger sized tube. Let's see if I can force it in here. God damn it. How big is this tube anyway? I need a bigger size tube. Nothing can be done about it. I can't put this in now until I get a bigger size tube. Like this little one, this attachment attaches to it. But the big one doesn't. God damn it. I didn't know I didn't have the right size tube. I guess I don't have the right size tube. Well, that's for later, I guess. Let's put some woodland cutlass down for the woodland friends. Trouble's out right now, so you probably keep them at bay for a moment or two. But here you go, woodland friends. Have some delicious cutlets. Alright, well, we're out here. We're going to do some ponding, but let's instead do a little turning of the compost pile. What do you say? I don't have my shoes on, so I'm going to use this one. Because brooms kind of, you got to step on them a little bit. Not brooms, but shovels, you got to step on them a bit. But using this one, no stepping required. Okay, let me put some water on that. Because as Cameron says, all chemical reactions work better when wet. Get this part too. So also we'll have to dig up a little bit. We'll get a little water on there. Encourage some chemical reactions to take place. This isn't really part of the compost pile, but I did put some pine needles and stuff in here. It's supposed to rain a lot tomorrow, so I don't really need to. It isn't really the best timing to do this, but oh well. Let's do a little more digging. very good to start working the soil now because there's a lot of roots under here from last year's weed plants. I'm going to need to dig it up, supplement the soil with some steer manure, and so forth before replanting in the same spot. Okay, that's good. Got a little exercise too. That makes it double good. Okay. Things are relatively cleaned up. Why did I dig? Because I'm going to be planting there soon enough. And I want to work the soil a bit before I replant there because I'm going to have to, obviously all the nutrients from the dirt last year got used up by those plants, so there's some composting, other things to help the soil. Eric is a psyche unit. You don't need no friends. I need friends for sure. I am no lone wolf. Like most people, I'm a social animal. Okay. I need to eat a little something. Even though I may not be feeling very hungry. I've left it in there for Rachel for a long time. But she doesn't seem like she's gonna eat it, so I'm gonna eat the 4-cheese ravioli.
Oh, go for it. I'm sorry.
No, you and I are both doing the same thing. We were letting it sit there for the other person. Yeah. He's got the gacky yaks. So I'm not in the best of shape, obviously. But the gacky yaks are mostly from the Adderall.
Social media.
That's right. It's my gorgeous and beloved wife, Rachel.
Pretty mushed out today. I think it's allergies. Or maybe just a cold. But I felt like a tickle in my throat like 2 nights ago. And yeah, I took a Benadryl before and it helped. I wasn't able to I found some that were like lying there on the floor.
Yeah, these are the ones I'm talking about.
Oh, those were the ones. I'm
Yep.
gonna keep these.
Yeah, keep them, sure.
If you don't mind. Cause I don't want
Here's 2 more.
I don't want to. Oh, perfect. Because I don't want to. At night, I don't want to keep you up.
No, you don't. I slept pretty well last night, actually. I got 2 solid blocks of 3 hours, then I got another half hour this morning.
Oh,
So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Coconut water, just regular water is fine.
Oh man, I used to have a thing for coconut water. I don't even really like. If people were to ask me, does coconut water taste good? I think I would say no. But like, when we had it in the house and like I needed like electrolytes, I guess it would take. I don't know. I think it was trendy for a while, coconut water, and I was just like, okay, like I'll follow that trend.
I don't think coconut water is as bad as the other versions of coconut.
It's not.
It's not as bad as other versions.
No, I agree with you. It's not great tasting, but it's you do feel like hydrated after. I will say that. Right now, I'm watching speed skating. Some sort of miles per hour.
This is the women's 1,000 meters. Oh, a little bit of digging is all it takes for me to get all tired.
Makes sense. Digging takes out a lot from people.
Yeah, I'm also pretty out of shape, obviously. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to eat this whole thing of raviolis. If you want a couple bites.
I might have a couple bites. Oh my gosh. What's everyone doing on this Monday?
Oh, I have these left over. I forgot about them.
What?
Piece of bacon and sausage. Here.
Oh, that's good.
I remember those. I probably just would have ate those, but now I got raviolis cooking, so. I'm not here anymore, but I just want to take a moment to say, Cameron is my absolute hero. He is
Yeah,
a magnificent person.
he really is.
As good a friend as anybody could ask for.
He is.
And it's not just referring to his helpfulness, although that's maybe what prompted it in this instance, but he, he's a right decent fellow. I'm glad he was able to find a couple things at the estate sale that we went to that he wanted. The what?
He was really happy about going to rummage sale or the estate sale.
Yeah, he got a Craftsman variant of a vice grip, kind of. It was pretty cool. He's got a good eye for tools. I look at the tools at yard sales or garage sales and I go, oh, that's cool, that's neat. But I almost never get anything because he's like, oh no, these are the ones they were advertising on TV, you know? Like, I don't, but. One thing we got at the yard sale or the estate sale was a collector's bottle. What's a collector's bottle? It's a bottle of whiskey, but they can't sell, you're not allowed to sell alcohol at yard sales and stuff. But you are allowed to sell collectible bottles that just happen to be full of alcohol. So we got a collectible bottle of whiskey for $20. I'm assuming it was probably like 40 in the store, you know. We don't drink, but it's for guests. Same reason we got a couple of wine glasses at the estate sale too. Because while we don't drink wine, our guests often do. For example, if Kay comes over, she's a real wine fan. Granted, she's in Australia for a while, but
Oh, I was gonna ask. I was wondering if maybe we can go to Merced tomorrow.
Yeah, I forgot that I was gonna say today, but I totally forgot until right
No,
now. I was gonna say like, why don't we go to town, get the Adderall, and go to Merced?
oh,
But I have to go back to town tomorrow anyway because Dr. Ingram forgot to refill my gabapentin.
oh, really? That's so unlike him.
I know I asked him on Thursday, but he only refilled the Adderall. Probably out of habit. So the pharmacy sent a request for him for the gabapentin. I like this so much. And they drove themselves to town. They had a smoke, got some clothes, and walked in the park. They woke up, they went down, they drove themselves to town to get some smokes, buy some cokes, and walk in the park. Make notes? You mean like to remember stuff like that? Well, I could have. That was just sort of a notion that occurred to me last night as I was going to sleep. Like, oh, we could go combine this trip with Merced. We got to go back to town tomorrow anyway, so. You out of the off-brand drinks?
What?
You out of the off-brand drinks?
Yeah, I think there might be a blueberry, blue raspberry. I think left that I like stored, for possible times like these. But yeah.
Cool. I got sick of hauling home a huge bag or three, only to realize I forgot the one thing I needed most. Yeah, well, this morning I really only had one thing on my mind, frankly. And it was, am I going to get my Adderall today, or is there going to be some unwanted surprise? I had an intuition that they were going to have to order it. And then, when I went to the front, I got there like 10 minutes till 9, opens at 9. There's already a line in front of me before it even opened. Anyway, I got to the front of the line. The lady said, "Do you pay cash for the Adderall?" And I was like, "Oh no, don't tell me they're out of generic." And so I fully expected when I went back up there to pick it up, they're going to say it's $800. And I was going to say, no, I'm going to have to come back and get the generic because I can't afford that. And instead, it was just normal. I don't know why she asked me that. There's a new lady. You think I need you, huh? My brain isn't good enough? Shopping notes. Right. Well, with Rachel not in the car with me, it was irrelevant. I wasn't going to go all the way down to Merced by myself to do that. I mean, I would in theory, but you want to buy pee from the poop store, brother. Look around, read a book. That's not where you get pee from. Bretsky always says read a book. I learned today that Talia, maybe I learned it yesterday, Talia is actually Bretsky's wife. I thought it was his sister for some reason.
Who's Talia?
It's this girl that Bretsky references a lot in his videos. He says, like, I'm wearing Talia's deodorant today because I'm out of deodorant. And over time, I heard him mention her enough, and I realized, wait a second, she's got to be his girlfriend or something. She can't possibly be his sister the way he's talking about her. And then I wasn't really sure. And then just this morning, I was watching a video, and he referenced his proposal to Talia was at Circus Circus, which is where he was today.
Oh.
And so I was like, okay, she's got to be his wife.
So has she's been in videos?
I don't know if she's been in his videos or not. It's funny, I looked her up on Instagram because when I googled it, it provided her Instagram link. But what's odd is I don't see Bresky in any of her pictures. It's all her and girls. Let me search his channel for Talia. Okay, this is why I thought Talia was a sister, because of this video here. But that's not Talia. This is his sister. You can see why I thought Talia.
Wait, okay, so Talia,
this is his sister. Her name's not Talia.
That's his sister, right?
Yeah.
In those, both of those?
Yeah, and I've seen at least this video, right? So I concluded that girl must be Talia, but I guess it's not. Almost none of these have any.
So apparently last night I accidentally put $600 on the roulette number and it came out. So this morning I'm gonna take one of these, I'm gonna take one of these, and I'm gonna do something stupid. Alright, so I came up with a plan. I got the $1,000 and the $500. I'm gonna do a $500 West End and a $1,000.
Well, this one comes up under the name Talia, but I don't know. I don't see her anywhere.
15, 30, get there. 5, 5.
Is that Talia? No, this is Alexi Swaz. I don't know. Anyway, he's married. I didn't know that.
He's married?
Yeah, he's married to this girl Talia.
Oh.
I totally didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
You're currently watching a video of someone watching a video. Is that someone me?
I like that. It's very meta.
I wasn't trying to watch a video. I was trying to find out about Bretsky's wife. Currently replying to a comment about watching a video of someone. I'm currently watching a reply of a comment about watching a video of someone watching a video while I'm watching my own video that I'm making. So, kind of a lot going on. Hi, Alec T. It's nice to see you. I was afraid that maybe there's a little hard feelings from our last engagement where I scolded you for being a rules Nazi. It's fine. I know you're not really a rules Nazi. Anyway, I decided to take up your position a little bit more. I started calling the cops every time I see someone speeding. I was worried that I was mean to you and that you were mad at me. Typical FE thing. I wasn't really worried that I hurt your feelings, but I was worried that you were mad at me.
You're worried that
Alec
T?
was mad at
That
me.
makes so much sense. I feel like you don't really talk about that much, right? Like you don't normally say I. Well, I mean, it happens. It does not happen where you thought that you didn't handle something the right way. But like, I feel like you value Alec T's like advice a lot. So I feel like any of the INFPs that like you could possibly have hurt their feelings or said something the wrong way, you would definitely, um, I don't know, try to fix that.
Yeah. I think I might have been on mushrooms when I had that conversation with you, which makes me be like, well, I was on mushrooms. I'm glad to hear it, Octave. Glad to hear it. I'm stuck in the land of extroverted feeling, where it's like that Alice in Wonderland to me, where the Cheshire Cat says, "We're all mad here," and Alice says, "At me?"
That really is such FE.
No. Maybe if more people had taken my position, you would have felt more frustration. No, that makes sense. You shouldn't feel more frustration if more people take your position, because then you have reason to think there's a greater chance that I'm right. Meaning you're right.
I will say, when we talk about feelings and say something happens, whatever, between us, the INFPs really come through. Like Alec T comes through, Acacia comes through, Dallas comes through. They have like very good wisdom in terms of relationships.
You're not wrong at all, but it's also the case that, like, when you and I are having some sort of thing between us, it's entirely dopamine crash.
I know. I'm just saying that, like, it. Even if doesn't have to do with us, if it has to do with interpersonal relations, usually, I find that the INFP people in our lives like kind of help us be in other people's shoes.
Well, I also think that the INFPs do a good job of redirecting.
Yeah.
So that things don't get too rough and tumble.
Yeah, it's true.
Do you use dimensions in your model? No. You come off more sensitive and soft, almost a pushover to some extent. I am a pushover to some extent. I am very soft. I'm soft and fragile like a tender, tender boy. Are you talking to Alec? Alec doesn't come across as a pushover at all to me. He's gonna go tell on you to the boss. There's nothing pushovery about that. He caught you on your phone when you were supposed to be working, and now he's telling the boss. I'm talking about Alec T's vid typing sessions, not you, Eric. Oh. Does he type people? I didn't know that. Have you considered the link between soft and mopping? No, but the floor could use a little mopping. And the reason I don't use dimensions is because all functions, dimensions in socionics is basically time, like present, future, past. I don't know. I don't know how many dimensions they have. But the thing is, all functions, present, past, and future, those are frames in which we might pay attention. Past and future on the internal metaphysical plane. But they're not, they're not. They don't directly link to functions except insofar as SI directly links to the past. And if you want to say any directly links to the future because it's about possibilities, you could make that claim. But a lot of the stuff that people actually really intuit about is not really about possibilities. When I'm making up a song on the fly, I'm not living in the future somehow. I know what you are, but what am I mopping? I'm assuming the floor as well. Eric, maybe if you had been doing more personal attacks or some other in-play strategies like that during the dispute you're referring to, I probably would have gotten that. I try not to do personal attacks. I did say that you probably wouldn't be fun at parties. That's kind of a personal attack because it's pretty important to be fun at parties. But you know what, Alec? I believe that your position on that does not represent how you actually live. Because I believe you are a wonderful person. Well, a little bit, maybe. Like, I'm scheming the next line as I'm delivering this one, right? If I'm, say, freestyle rapping something. But I think, by and large, people use present, past, future as frames of reference. Like, I could deliberate with my introverted feelings about the past and feel sad because I let this person down or I fucked up that time or whatever. I could use extroverted feeling and feel cringe about the past because that one time I embarrassed myself. I could use extroverted feeling about the future because I could say, when I go to see that lady today later, I'm going to apologize and say, I'm really sorry I was so curt with you last time, etc. And let's say extroverted sensing, same deal. I could do something right now. I could plan to do it later. I was typing something else when she was saying it. I don't remember what she said, but I'm sure it was, "You're a wonderful, wonderful man. You're in love with a stripper? I hope it's a paint stripper." Because strippers, they're not really the best conceivable option for a long-term monogamous relationship.
Okay, you said it's not a good job for someone to have if they want a long-term relationship?
Yeah, a stripper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, even if my wife, somebody, let's pretend I was married to somebody named Frachel, and Frachel was a stripper, well, then, even if she wasn't a whore, like, she never had any physical contact with any of the people at the strip club, even if that were the case, I don't think I'd love the idea of her going and getting naked in front of other people all the time.
My body would not just be for your eyes only.
Right. It would make me jealous. Long story short, it would make me jealous.
I would so be jealous.
I'm the opposite of a stripper. I go to clubs, and I start naked, and then I slowly put my clothes back on.
I would go to see that.
Diarrhea says my bigotry is showing, and Casey Jones says, no, not that kind of stripper. Not a drug stripper. More like a college stripper.
Oh, okay.
So she's just stripping to earn money for college, huh? What's she getting her degree in? Nudity? Listen, I go to community college. Okay? I'm taking remedial math. So, I'm educated stripper. I'm just stripping it on the side. It's not even my main job. Oh, really? What's your main job? Being a prostitute. I'm an influencer. I influence men to give me money so I'll have sex with them. Biology, human, anatomy track. Right. I'm participating in research to help cure nymphomania. They've been giving me all kinds of pills, but it doesn't seem to be working. Nymphomania. Now they call it sex addiction. They used to call it nymphomania. And only girls got it, apparently. Yeah. Nymphomania. You're going to need to come in once a month to get some beef injection to cure you of your nymphomania. Once a month? All right. 5 times a day. That's how you know she's a nymphomaniac. You're a maniac. No, not a regular maniac. I'm a nymphomaniac. Oh. Oh, I see. That part of the word was covered over on your shirt for some reason. I'm a maniac, maniac on the floor. 'Cause I'm a nympho and I always want some more. Pan was a nymph. Wasn't he a dryad? I'm pretty sure nymphs are only girls. Let me Google it. Are dryads male nymphs? I will check.
Remember one time we were asking what the most male driven or like male centered, the most masculine kind of job, and then the most feminine kind of job.
For what? For people in general?
Yeah. I forget what you said.
The most feminine kind of job is wet nurse.
Oh.
The most masculine kind of job is demolition.
Now, could I be a wet nurse if I've never had a baby?
No.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
I think there's some combination of hormones in theory you could take that might make you lactate but I'm just basing this on a character from the show The Boys on Prime who has never had a kid but makes herself start to lactate with hormones in order to please Homelander.
Oh.
So for your reference, dryads are not male nymphs. They're basically all female. And dryads are the kind of nymphs that live in trees. Inside of trees, and if their tree is damaged or destroyed, then they incur the equivalent damage or destruction.
How come nymphs are associated with, like, sex?
Well, because nymphs that aren't dryads are not tied to a tree.
Oh.
So, but they're still like young women. So the male form of dryads are satyrs. 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 Are all answer is no, but nymphs are a broad category of minor female nature spirits or deities. Dryads are a specific type of nymph. So you might get like a waterfall nymph who you go to stop to get a drink of water and she comes out and she's like, oh my, oh man. And then he goes, whoa, whoa, whoa there. You just hold your horses, little lady. I'm not sure you're a real human woman. I'm the nymph of the waterfall. I got nymphomania. So that's how it goes. Oh my God, it's Steve Billings. He's back. He's back, and once again, he's saying incredibly interesting things that I've never heard before. A sex nymph. I think maybe only the dryads, or maybe they don't have sex. I'm not sure, but maybe they do too. They just have to get away from the tree for a little bit because nobody wants to have sex with a tree.
Except for people who do. Isn't that a thing?
Is it?
Yeah, we used to joke about it in high school, like people who have sex with trees. It's like another.
That bark is. You're gonna have to. You have to slather on a lot of Vaseline onto that thing, or else you're gonna be badly injured by the time you're done having sex with a tree. Steve likes corn dogs. He gets them from the corner store. Well, you know what? I stand corrected, Steve. I have never heard you say that before.
Okay, so I really don't know. I've never heard this word before. Dendrophilia or arborophilia. That's not what I was thinking at all.
Dendrophilia?
Yeah, that's.
Is wanting to have sex with trees?
Uh-huh.
I mean, what? Like,
No.
like it's there's nothing at all. Or maybe like let's say the tree were like bent over weird and all rounded like a buttocks or something. Okay, maybe you could imagine that, but just a regular tree, the leaves. Do you think that for a person who wants to have sex with trees, they pull all the leaves off first so that it's naked? What is mopery? Mopery is, assorted complaining and low moodishness, I guess. If you come into a river, the spirits steal your sperm and make human half-breed creatures. What is mopery? Exposing yourself to a blind person? Is that actually a name of a crime? Mopery is exposing yourself to a blind person? How can that even be a crime?
I guess because you're taking advantage of a person.
Mopery is an informal, often humorous term for a minor, vague, or entirely imaginary legal offense, sometimes used to describe petty, annoying behavior.
Huh.
The term stems from the verb mope. Cultural context. In popular culture, is sometimes defined absurdly, for instance, as exposing yourself to a blind person. Look, I know he couldn't see you, but he could smell you. It smelled like a locker room down there. So I was right about the source of the term. It's kind of like having the morbs. I've got the morbs is a Victorian expression meaning I'm just feeling down and out and I'm not feeling it today. I've got mopery. I've been found guilty of mopery when I have the morbs.
Oh my God, Trouble's like how?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, Trouble. I didn't mean to elbow you. So a good example of the crime of mopery would be attempting to raise the dead without a permit. Inadequate boat yar is an example of mopery. Winning a bus pass on a game show. I'm really pleased with the idea of having a game show that has prizes like a year's free bus pass to your local community. Or potentially like you are allowed 3 garage sales where you don't have to get a permit. Wow. Back where I used to live, you had to get a permit to have a yard sale.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we did.
Where was it that I was living when you could only have 2 a year? And where was that? Where could I possibly have been living? Oh, I guess it was Temple City. Yeah, it was Temple City. Construction workers are full of mopery.
Yeah, right. Maybe a little bit, but they're getting paid really well. I feel like a lot of construction workers, that's what they want to be doing. So, like, maybe it's mopery for some people, but I feel like for those construction workers, it's not really.
I think that generally the definition of mopery here keeps expanding in our usage of it.
Would kids vandalizing be mopery?
No, that would be like an actual crime
Okay.
rather than something like, there might be some things that are actual crimes that are still mopery. Like there's some places where it's still on the books that if you're on a sidewalk walking with a woman, the man has to walk closest to the street.
That's like a rule?
Yeah, it
Wow.
used to be a law in various places.
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
It might still exist as a law somewhere
I'm sure
where
it
they haven't
does.
repealed it, but regardless, it qualifies as mopery because even if it is a real crime, it definitely shouldn't be. It's not rights violatory in any way or anything like that.
Yeah, no.
Unlike vandalism, which actually should be a crime because nobody wants to get their property vandalized.
How about when I think of mopery, I think of like a kid walking down the street kicking a can.
Yeah, if to call that like foot littering, that would be mopery for sure.
Remember when that was like people's entertainment, or like that's what they would like say, like kick a can?
And back before TV and stuff.
Yeah, like Looney Tunes.
Hey, Ma! Look how far I kicked this can!
Yeah! You know, like, it was a thing.
I am so oiled right now, staying off the grid. I am as oil can be. I've oiled myself today with a mix of several different oils, including olive, coconut, sunflower, safflower, and regular vegetable oil. Plus just a touch of motor oil. Just a spoonful to improve viscosity and prevent thermal breakdown. That's why. I've got a new car, new to me anyway, with a new bunch of oil in it, new tires, new brakes, new rotors on the front, repaired turbocharger, and maybe most importantly, a shockingly bumping stereo system. It sounds amazing. The Mini Cooper stereo was okay. It was fine. The Nissan Versa, I think that's what it's called. Stereo was, it was worse than the Mini Coopers. I didn't really ever try the stereo in the Subaru when we were driving it. But I remember the stereo I used to have in the old Scion that I drove before the Mini. I had a white Scion. And this stereo is better than that for sure. And that was a pretty good stereo. You know, I never changed the sound system in any vehicle that I've ever had. I just went with whatever was in there when I got it, right? I mean, that may not be true. Maybe I changed the stereo in my very first car when I was like 16. I think I might have bought a car stereo for that, but or maybe got the speakers replaced or something. Back in the day, when I did things like that, I went to Circuit City. I believe in crystal light, so I believe in me. Well, I believed in Circuit City in that same fashion. Delilah don't play about the music. Yeah, I don't know why she got that car or how she got it. I suspect my dad bought it for some reason. Like I don't know why she I don't know why she got that car instead of some other car. I have no idea. It could have just been my dad's choice. He's like, I found a good deal on a car I think is good for you, and I bought it for you. Here you go. It could have been that, but I don't really know. He later bought me a car. He bought me the Mini, and he let me pick which car I wanted. But I don't know if he let her pick or not. You know, I had a budget. That Mini was only $12,000 when I bought it. Maybe it was. Yeah, it was. It was definitely under 15,000 because I know I had a budget of 15,000. I think she said it was for graduation. Oh. Well, maybe she did pick it out. I don't know. Anyway, I like it. It's a little lumbering, 0 to 60 in an hour and a half, but that's fine. I don't need to zoom around like Speedy Gonzalez. Uh-oh, she collapsed onto the ground because she didn't land on the rail with her skis. Only one of them landed on the rail. And so she crashed. Whoops. Oh no. Yeah. Her skis came off. She's like, fuck, I totally fucked up. Is that Eileen Gu? Good. I am glad she fucked up. I do not want that horrible woman to win. And here's why I say that horrible woman. She's an American citizen and broadly considered one of the best in the world at her sports that she does. And she's chosen to represent her mother's home country of China. Chosen to represent China. I would totally get it if she couldn't make the American team, so she went on the Chinese team. That I wouldn't object to. I get that. It's like she wants to compete in the Olympics, and that's the only way she can do it. She totally could make the American team, and she chose to go be for China. Fuck China. China's terrible. I've been to China. I know how terrible it is. It's just another horrific example of centralized authoritarianism run amok. Nothing good ever comes from that except oppression and idiots forcing people to do things, which is kind of oppression. This notion that somehow if we get, you look at this whole population of people that we have, 99% of whom are idiots, that if we get a smaller subsection of that group of idiots and put them in some central location and have them make decisions for people far away from them, that's better. How anybody came up with this idea that was better is beyond me. Because obviously, none of us can trust anybody to be in charge of us, right? Like, people don't hate Trump or whatever, hate Biden. We can't trust any of those people to be in charge of us. Doesn't matter what party they're with or anything. Because 99% chance they will be an idiot. After all, 99% of the population are idiots. Hi there, Alamo City Cello. And the thing is, everybody who's super passionate about politics all seems to agree that the other side is terrible, right? And they seem oblivious to the fact that the other side sometimes is going to be in charge. So you want to limit the powers of those who govern. Very straightforward. It's like I had Brennan over here the other day, and he was complaining about military expenditures in one breath, and then saying we should raise taxes on billionaires or rich people in general in the next breath. I was like, you just were complaining that the government does not spend your tax dollars well, and now you want to give them more tax dollars. Why in the world would you think that those tax dollars are going to be spent the way you want them to be spent?
That doesn't happen. You can't control like people.
Right, but it's insane, right? It's like you have somebody complaining about all these things the federal government are doing and what terrible job they're doing, and then advocating for an increase in taxes to give them more money.
Oh my God.
Because when he shifts gears to that, he's saying, well, we need to have single payer health care and we need to have more wealth, income equality and stuff. And he's imagining that if they increase taxes on rich people, that's going to make that happen somehow. Well, that's what I mean by 99% of the population comprises idiots. They think that either their side or the other side is qualified to make decisions for everybody. Obviously, they're not. I might be qualified to do that, but that's because the decisions I would make would be to constrain the power of the federal government, not to exercise it. And especially to constrain the power of the executive branch, which I would do via the DOJ. I'd make some ridiculous presidential decree and have the Supreme Court say, you can't do that. And thereby set precedent to prevent future presidents from doing that. It makes some decree like everybody has to wear their underwear on the outside of their clothes. Like in that Steve Martin movie, I think it is, where somebody becomes a dictator and he's super cool, and the moment he becomes a dictator, he's like making absurd rules like that.
That's funny.
Well, make some stupid ass decree and say, okay, Justice Department, challenge this thing I did. It's an unusual strategy because the Justice Department normally is with the executive branch, right? They're not going to challenge what the executive branch does because they're a arm of the executive branch. That's not the right word, but arm is fine. You get it. Gay, rainbow, 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 rainbow. Well, thanks for that contribution, Alamo City Cello.
Come on, Avery. Wow, so like that brand with the naked girls next to each other is a thing still?
Cameron was commenting on that too, right?
Yeah, I could see him.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it since it was on Trucker Mud Flaps a long time ago.
Yeah, no, me neither. So like, what brand is it? I feel like it's very, very provocative to have.
These are women's gears too.
I know it's her dad or her coach who was clapping her on, and on his jacket he had the two women back to back.
Must be naked. A popular ski clothes brand, I guess.
Really? That's so funny because I thought it was on mudflats and stuff like that too.
It used to be. They had two two varieties of it. It's crazy that the people used to drive
See?
around like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they used to have two varieties of it. One was a lady kind of sitting like that, just one lady.
One lady.
And the other one, she had her legs spread.
Oh wow, I never saw that one.
Well, maybe older back in the day. Did you like Dixie Mayas? It's Dixon. Okay. His first name's Dixon. You're getting it wrong. Why don't you ask Anita Dick and me and see what she says? I let Eric play in the background as I do stuff around the house and periodically hear the strangest shit. Yeah, well.
Well, that's a pretty on part of course.
Yeah, things can get a little strange around here.
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk more about simulation theory. There's some like list of things you got to consider, right? Like the number one thing you got to consider is the simulation you're imagining simulated to you, like simulated into your brain, or are you yourself entirely a simulation and there's no body anywhere for you? So that's the first question you got to ask in terms of simulation theory. People talk about simulation theory as though there's one possibility: either we're in a simulation or we're not. When was the last time you pooped my pants? That hasn't been simulated for me in a long time now. Anyway, so if your body is somewhere and things are being simulated into your brain, well, that's a much more believable kind of simulation theory than the whole universe we exist in plus everybody's consciousness being simulated entirely. So let's look first at the variety of simulation, which we'll call the matrix kind of simulation, where your body is somewhere. And in a full matrix simulation, everybody else in the simulation, their body is also somewhere, and they're having the same kind of simulation program fed into all of their brains concurrently, presumably, and accordingly, Joe, when he sees himself going into the simulated restaurant, then I walk into that simulated restaurant, we're in the same environment, but it's being simulated independently in each of our brains, presumably.
So crazy.
So that's the most feasible kind of simulation theory, if you ask me, is that somewhere there's a pod on a regular planet or something, or somewhere, and in that pod is my actual body, and I'm having this entire lifetime simulated into my brain. Now, the question in that case would be, there's two possibilities. Either concurrent in a bunch of other pods are all the other people that I know, at least, and they are having it simulated concurrently with me. But the other possibility is that everybody but me is only simulated, whereas I'm fully rendered. Like I have my full array of consciousnesses, self-concept, all these psych stuff that a person can have, and it would be very challenging to simulate that level of complexity for every other human being in the world, unless they're only simulated to that degree of complexity when I'm engaging with them. So, in other words, everybody else would have to be an NPC, basically. The next possibility would be it is me plus other people, but the rest of the people are NPCs.
Do NPCs get married to NPCs?
Well, I don't know how that would work. It would depend on the rules of simulation, right? Like, it's quite possible that people in a simulated life, if they married an NPC, then that NPC would be rendered more completely. In other words, would seem much more like a real person. Whereas other people you don't engage with very much, they wouldn't have to render that out as fully. So because one of the barriers to this idea of simulation theory is computing power. If we were to try to simulate this entire universe, all the things happening in it at the same time, it would require an unfathomable, unattainable amount of power. There's just not enough energy in the universe to do it. So this has been one of the objections people have raised to simulation theory is that we might technically be able to, by a technology or something, simulate this degree of realness, but we certainly wouldn't be able to simulate it for an entire universe full of a bunch of different independent agents, all of whom have their entire reality simulated.
Uh, okay, so like I have this theory about Eileen Gu. Like those are not her eyes. Like she's had plastic surgery, like 100%.
Really?
Uh huh.
But yeah, she's half white.
I just saw because I was like, I just Googled it because I was curious.
Oh.
Now, I would bet that she's had surgery. If she's had plastic surgery, that she's doing it in the United States, not China.
Oh yeah, she wouldn't go to
Like,
China to get plastic surgery.
Yeah, like I feel like she's fully living the American lifestyle and being team for the Chinese.
Because it's cool to be ethnic. You're wasting your time. We're just monkeys that got to the point where we have enough resources to think about things that don't matter.
So.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that simulation theory, musing about simulation theory is productive, but it is productive intellectually in the sense that I'm pointing out some things that people don't normally think about when they're talking about simulation theory. So, for example, now let's imagine that the whole world is simulated, including there's no body of anybody anywhere. It would still be the case, though, if that were the case, that I'd be simulated. I'd have to be simulated at a higher level of complexity than the vast majority of people on the planet, and there'd have to be some, you know, like simulating somebody sweeping leaves that it actually is just the visual simulation of it because you're not going to go over there and touch it, right? It would have to be like that. They'd have to isolate a few fully rendered agents, but they couldn't possibly simulate every independent, fully realized agent. So even if it were the case that there are nobodies anywhere, then at least for me, I know because I've existed myself that I'd have to be one of a small number of fully rendered consciousnesses rather than less fully realized simulation. Like in The Sims, you got people apparently doing things, but they're not actually doing stuff, right? And they don't simulate their decision making process. They just they have that as just basically conditionality code. But everyone is everywhere. Everything is real. I mean, I'm not saying that we are in a simulation. I'm not making the argument in favor of simulation theory. I'm breaking down some of the problems with it. Does simulation not imply determinism? No, not necessarily, because you can have enough different factors that engage with a changing landscape, for example, that that introduce essentially randomization into it, make it chaotic. You can simulate the weather. That doesn't mean that you're going to get the same exact simulation every time you run it, which is what simulation, what determinism would mean in practice, right? If I simulate the weather using this simulation program and project it for a week in advance, if I get the exact same results every time I run the simulation, then it's deterministic. But if I don't, then it's not.
I saw this YouTube. I saw a couple of YouTubes of this guy who plays video games, and he'll talk to the NPCs, and some of them they're like, "Don't bother me. I don't want to talk about that." But other NPCs will be like, he'll be like, "What was your routine like today?" And they'll say, and then he'll be like, "What was your routine like yesterday?" And it'll be like pretty much the same thing. It's like, then he'll talk to some NPCs who are like, "Yeah, I've realized that I'm stuck in this game and there's no way out." And then he'll be like, "Well, what is your free speech, free thought like?" And the NPC will be like, "I don't have free thought." Um,
I mean, that's got to be like, you could, in theory, in some kind of simulation, have the simulated people assigned like personality profiles that are managed by an AI to to simulate actual engagement more cleanly than is normally the case in something like The Sims. But if you're talking about something like The Sims, which is kind of an older simulation, uh, then they would have had to have programmed in all of those kinds of responses to those questions.
it was more like uh, Grand Theft Auto minus the Grand Theft.
So it was
Seriously, it was
just
like
looking at cars.
he was like roaming through a city. It looked like New York City. I'll try and find it.
Mm.
He's roaming through like the city streets, and he'll be like, "Oh, I saw that woman yesterday."
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Um, we are definitely in a simulation because physics applies to both ideas. NPCs in our simulation are self-aware and can become main characters through free will decisions. The thing is, you can't simulate the entire universe and have everybody be self-aware and be a fully realized agent because that would require an unmanageable amount of energy to to simulate all these independent entities with free will, different decision making metrics, all that stuff is not conceivable.
See, so like he goes through. That's him,
Mm-hmm.
and then he'll
Let me
like,
get my glasses.
and then he'll go through the NPC world, and he'll talk to NPCs.
You're not living in the real world. This is all made up. What do you mean, not real? I feel alive, and the city is amazing. Oh yeah, I agree. The graphics are great, but this is a video game. I don't believe you. It feels to be real to be a game. Do you ever wonder if pigeons think we're the weird one? Excuse me? What? How do you know that pigeons exist? Of course pigeons exist. They're all over the city. Just like us, bro. Why he look into the left field you are in? I am not just lines of code. I am Liam, a real person enjoying the city. What's today's date? Liam, what's today's date? Not today's date, but it's a beautiful day in May, my friend. Let's enjoy it. Liam, today is July 18th, 2023. I must have lost track of time, but hey, let's keep exploring the amazing city.
And you see, like, but he'll get differing interactions.
I think Ruben may have seen this video before. Seen vids of people going around like Skyrim or Grand Theft Auto, and they're running a mod where the characters are all controlled by AI, and they each have. Oh, so what I was saying, Ruben, is I was saying exactly that thing. I was saying you could do that if you gave a profile to each of these NPCs and had an AI exercise communicating in that character. But you wouldn't have been able to have that conversation in The Sims, for example, unless they had programmed it in. I made it. You got, I nearly made it. I faded all the time. I got 16 hours till dawn. Good God, it never takes this long. Too bad I'm not friends with Corey anymore. It's like I'd like to know more about various songs of his. Like, how exactly did it go? What are the words to that? He probably doesn't remember anyway.
Well, is it a unspoken? It's over,
Is
or
it unspoken? I mean, yeah, it's not over. The last thing he said, which I didn't bother after that, was maybe we can be the kind of friends who just don't talk. You know?
is that what he said, or you said to yourself?
No, that's what he said.
Really?
We have a lot of difficulty communicating well. And it's because he's very insecure, he's going through hell. He got a terrible wife at home who always abuses him. It's not an excuse though to reheat wreckage in my gym. I feel bad for him. I know it's not his fault, but even though I'm glad to send him help, he doesn't want it. The piano is a wonderful, wonderful instrument when I'm on amphetamines. It's extra good then. You can play this song and you can sing along, and you could want to go and buy a bomb. But if you don't see that I can't be the one who takes you to the store, then maybe you need to learn piano. Let all your sorrows out in song. And if you refuse to learn piano, you'll be lost before your time is gone. Piano. I'm getting better at the piano. You know, I was playing that thing earlier for like 20 minutes trying to figure out how to do it. That's how you get better at the piano. That's how you do it. You're like, anyway, that's how you get better at the piano is by doing that for 1,000,000 hours. If that's what it takes to get good at the piano, I guess you're saying that you don't want to get good at the piano. I can understand that. Especially if you were lacking amphetamines. What does it mean to learn the piano? It means joy, triumph, and fun. It means struggles for everyone. It means expressing your sorrow and sadness. So if you want to learn the piano, you should go and get a piano. You're never gonna learn just sitting around. I know you want to feel emotions that are real for the first time in your life. And that is why your wife and I both agree that you should get a piano.
I was so ready to clap, and then you continued. I was sorry.
Sorry,
That's okay.
I gave you a fake ending. I gave myself a bit of a fake ending. Oh, you sweet summer child.
Speaking of sweet summer children, did you hear anything about Harry Styles in the news recently?
No.
So Harry Styles, from One Direction, apparently he's like pretty big on his solo stuff, and he just came out with I think he's coming out with a new album, and tickets are going for like $10,000.
Really?
Yeah.
The Super Bowl tickets were like $20,000, I heard.
Oh my god.
I'd never spend $10,000 to go see Harry Styles. I would somebody good. Even I wouldn't pay $10,000 to see the best musician in the world.
No, I don't think that's why people are like outraged because they're like not even good tickets, good seats are like $800.
Well, the thing is, I don't even prefer watching football games at the stadium. I prefer watching them at home. So why would I ever pay $20,000 for a football game ticket?
Come on, American Girl, I believe in you. Come on, Avery Croon.
Avery Croon, American girl, let's go now. American girl. More fire crotch, brother Eric. Come on, man. Seth here, hit a note. Shit's funny as fuck. Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit with the piano, but that's okay.
You're fine. I think you're doing well.
I haven't really. In some sense, I've played the piano for a long time, but I haven't ever actually played the piano for a long time. Like, I had a piano in the classroom one time. That's the longest time I ever had playing the piano regularly. My dad had a piano in his house when I lived there. Even though he couldn't hear, he still didn't want me to play it. Ridiculously.
And he would notice, like, when you played it, too. Just because, like, candles weren't in the right place or something.
Oh, God. Eric's playing the piano. What in the world could be worse? I don't like it when Eric plays the piano. I don't like it when he comes in the house at all. He's moving my chair and touching my stuff. He threw out some old spoiled milk. That's my milk. It's spoiled, Dad. I don't care. That property, Eric. That's my milk. Okay, Dad. I'm sorry I threw out your milk, even though it was spoiled. What do you think? And maybe I play the piano. Now you can't play the piano. I hate it when you play the piano. And also when you talk. You don't have any good ideas. And you don't know how to rock. Oh my God, what a disappointment you turned out to be. But good news for you, 'cause I blame me. Oh, don't worry, Dad. It's actually not your fault at all that I'm a fuck up. I was born that way. Ain't nothing nobody could ever do about it.
Uh-oh, guess who came in and ate some cereal?
Rachel came in and she ate some of my cereal. Son, listen, your girlfriend ate some of my cereal. Well, good news, Dad. She didn't use spoiled milk to do so, because I threw it out. me talk to you about property. Something you need to respect, Eric C. That cereal belongs to me, and so does the spoiled milk. Milk, milk. Why did you throw those old and tattered pillows away? Because you told me to, Dad. He's the one who born to me. I mean, I'm not even sure he's my biological father. I look nothing like him at all. I look like my mom and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is my father, my biological father. I give my dad full credit for being an excellent father and dad. He did a great job of that.
You know, something tells me that he might have questioned whether you were his son or not.
Yeah. One thing that was not the case is that he did an excellent job of sharing his house.
Mm-hmm.
He struggled with that. He didn't like his stuff being touched.
Oh, that's true. When your mom was, when your mom was around, it was different. It was totally different.
Yeah, well, and you didn't even see when she was normal, It's like back in the day, Mom brought a whole bunch of balance and sanity to the whole equation,
because like the first day that I stayed over, I think this was before, like, the decision that I was going to be moving.
Originally, I had a slumber party.
Yeah. It was just supposed to be for a week, so like your dad was like, "Oh, come in for anything you need," and of course, like having Effie Tool, like I was extra careful. Like I didn't really go to the bathroom that much because I didn't want to.
The both of us could hardly have done a better job of not touching his stuff, but it didn't matter anyway.
I know.
He just had to touch it a teeny little bit. He had like stuff touch sensitivity syndrome.
Yeah, he did. Anything. If a chair was moved from a different spot.
Like inches. It was moved inches from the spot it was in. I didn't quite put it back exactly in the same spot.
That's totally an ESTJ thing.
He would notice it.
Because like my mom is the same way. I couldn't.
Well, what were you doing here? I was sitting in that chair.
It was tough, because it was tough because like, there would be like, oh, come in and visit, come in and hang out, but it wasn't all the time. It couldn't be impromptu.
Right. He was struggling with a mixed bag of different emotions.
Yeah, he was. So.
Like he wanted time with his family, but he didn't like the way his family was exactly.
Yeah.
He wanted us integrated, but he didn't want us touching his stuff.
Yeah.
He was obviously heartbroken and in a horrible place because of my mom, and that's something that I somehow didn't get.
Well, it's not easy to get when you're in it. You're just doing.
It's not easy to get when you're F5-4 and it hasn't happened to you yet. It's the thing to make you learn something.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that, Alex. Hold fast. Why do you have to be extra careful because of the opioids? Do they make you constipated? I was talking to my sister not too long ago. Oh, it is constipation. I thought so. Wienerhold surname, huh? That family came right over to the United States and was like, no, we are the Wienerholds. They called his name on the announcements a lot. Oh my gosh. Either you're totally proud of your name and you wouldn't change it, or you're embarrassed of it and would change it right away. I dated a guy who like had no connection to his dad at all. Like his dad, he wasn't very close with his dad. So he was like, when if we get married, when we get married, because we were talking married, he's like, I want to take your last name. I didn't know that most people keep their middle name, their surname or their maiden name, last name for their middle name. I had no idea. I kept my middle name. I would have made it Rachel Lapalosa Strauss if I had known that that's the tradition. But I kept it as Rachel Christine Strauss. I keep wanting to be productive and learn this game engine I've been meaning to learn, but I never get shit done anyway, always distracted. That sounds like ADHD. You said you had ADHD, right? And the anti-constipation goes through you like a dose of salt. Sorry to be not best topic. LOL. That's totally fine. I deal with constipation a lot. So I have to take laxatives sometimes because I don't go to the bathroom so much.
Yeah, that's probably true that the richest people in the world were self-made, because I suspect that, like somebody like Bill Gates, let's say he had a kid. I don't think he does. Let's say he had a kid who inherited it. It's unlikely that the kid's going to be as good at making money, building money, sustaining money as the person who generated it.
See, that's the thing. Right now, like people my age and younger, there are some billionaires and millionaires, but it's not their money. It's not of their own making. It's because their parents made money.
Well, I'm sure there are some young people who are rolling with their own accord. For example, Robbie of Bretsky's channel, Robbie created Spin Quest, which is basically like that poker site that I used to play at with like sweeps coins, like sweepstakes coins. So it bypasses the gambling thing a little bit legally. He did it for casino games, and I think he's now at this point rolling in money.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's smart. He's a good gambler too.
Yeah, he's a
luck.
good gambler. It's not just good luck. He knows how to walk away with a win, unlike Bretsky, who just tortures everything.
Yeah. That's not surprised though that Walmart kids. Wait, what?
Yeah, well, what he's saying is like the kids of the Walton guy who made Walmart, they continued having Walmart, but Amazon came into being. Some new blood came with a new idea. And,
that's what I mean. Like the people who make the idea and do put in the work, you hope that they see it. But yeah, the kids don't necessarily. Shit, what was I gonna say?
Are we in a church house? No, we're in a regular house.
Are we in a church house?
I don't even know what a church house is.
I have a question, Ruben. Now would I have to go to the county and be like, hey, I'd like to change my name? Like, is it extra?
When we got married, you could change it easy then. If you try to change it now, you have to go through a whole process, like legally.
It's totally fine. I made my bed. Let me rest in it. I would have kept it as Rachel Lapalosa Strauss if I had known that was a tradition, but I didn't. So it's Rachel Christine Strauss.
No, we're not in a homeless house.
No.
We're in our house here, watching the Olympics, streaming, playing piano. You know, living the dream. That's what we're doing. Would you like me to sing you a little song about it? Feeling? You seem like a song liker.
Italy do better than Eileen Yu or whatever her name is. Goo. I'm over her. I'm over her.
This church is not a church house. It's not a church. People don't come here to sing their hymns and such. It's not a church house. It's a regular house. And that's why I think that you got a blouse. Only people who think that this house is a church house have a blouse on all of the time. But some of the people who think this is a regular house have a blouse on all the time anyway, so there. Do I like Iron Maiden? No, I don't like Iron Maiden. No, I don't like Iron Maiden. No, I wanna let run for the hills. Who's that guy on their covers? He's like a little mummy guy or something like that. No, I don't like Iron Maiden. I don't want music made by mummies. I want to play the piano instead and read the newspaper funnies. What's that you say? There's not newspapers anymore. Well, you're wrong. Some people still get the newspaper daily. There. So, there's a song about Iron Maiden. I also play the guitar. I play the guitar a lot better than I play the piano. I can play the piano a little bit here and there. It sounds like the beginning of a song in a musical or something, you know? Like, when you're wondering what's going to happen in this musical, you'll discover adventure and laughter and fun. Things like a musical. You were playing that deep end the last time I seen you. You must have the keyboard bug. I love the keyboard. I don't play the piano. I don't play the guitar very much anymore. For one thing, the guitar doesn't come with built-in drums. I like the built-in drums. I mean, sure, you can point out that, hey, Eric, you can play the guitar over the drums. You're not wrong. No, you're not wrong. I like playing with drums. I find it a whole lot of fun. I prefer playing with the beat rather than just playing with my meat. I have a great time with my fingers. A-M-P-H-E-T-A-M-I-N-E-S. Amphetamines amphetamines, amphetamines. AMPHETINES, amphetamines. You see what I mean, amphetamines. Take a few pills from the bottle, go and turn up full throttle. Take a couple more tomorrow, learn how to become sorrowful in a more productive way than this. Charles Manson, I call him Charlie. He could never make a song this gnarly. He's not good or talented. He's just retarded and a toxic kid. So don't compare me to Charles Manson. He's in jail while I live in a mansion. Who's to say why he's bad? I'm to say 'cause he kills those guys, or at least he encouraged those other people to do it. He really should probably not have been found guilty of whatever he was found guilty of, because certain kinds of incitation do qualify as illegal. But I'm not sure that what he was doing actually qualified as illegal. He got other people to do all the illegal stuff. He was a horrible person. He's dead, huh? Well, you know, Telly Savalas. Who loves you, baby?
I mean, I think a crazy man like Charles Manson should be behind bars, though. Like,
Well, I don't think it's necessarily a terrible outcome that he was put in jail, but I don't think it was a very legally sound outcome.
I wouldn't be surprised if they probably wanted to any reason, but like they had to, like
The jury found him guilty for being evil, rather than.
But wouldn't you rather that than?
I don't have a problem. He got due process. He got a jury trial. The jury found him guilty. I don't have a problem.
I wish that happened more with Diddy. That like they didn't just drop. I don't know, but they didn't have the evidence for the big stuff. So whatever. It's just, that guy is such a fucking evil douchebag.
I don't think the Diddy prosecutors did a very good job.
No, they didn't. Bad Bunny is just like
Terrible. I had not heard him before yesterday, so I assumed he was probably pretty bad, but I didn't really know.
you heard him on the
Yeah, it was
halftime?
terrible. Oh my god.
I skipped the halftime show.
Well, I didn't listen to much of it. I listened to enough to know that, oh my god, that fucker is terrible. I don't have any objection to Mexican music per se. Implicitly, but. I need another chord that said, I need another chord. Here's another chord right over here. Get this chord and put it in your gear. After you're done, plug it in there, and then you'll have another chord. Why do I have to plug this in like this? Well, because I want more control on the volume that I'm currently getting. Probably have to unplug the sound card and plug it back in. That's usually the problem. There we go. Oh, it's too slow. I'm a lot like my wife. I'd like to see these people go away for life, but sometimes the defense team does a good job. We all know he sucks, but he's got hundreds of millions of bucks. Hires the best defensive attorneys around.
Don't stop me, 'cause I said that wrestlers are supposed to look just like big money. But you said it's actually that funny.
Really?
Yeah.
I got a bunny I know who's really bad. For some reason, people think he's right. He made some Mexican music at the Super Bowl. I guess he's from Puerto Rico or something, but it sounded like Mexican something. At least the part that I heard on the radio. It sure sounded like that guy couldn't sing or rap. Everything out of his mouth was just crap. But they call him Bad Bunny, so it's not false advertising.
Johnny wasn't lying. It turns out that Bad Bunny actually was a double WWE wrestler at one point. From Puerto Rican television.
He would wrestle chickens and deers, dressed up like a luchador. Everybody would look around at him. And they said, Bunny, I know you bad, but go sing in the Super Bowl, yeah. And that's exactly what Bad Bunny did. People like terrible music, and I'm not saying this is very good, but it's shocking that people put in their ears, you know they should. listening to. 'Cause it's not just not number one, it's number two. I think you know what I'm talking about. People with TE, get out of my playlist. People with batting eyes, go and do some eye test to see if you can see just how shittily the stuff you make is.
You said that suffers from NI polar is pretty.
Yeah, anti-polar is not good for me.
I feel like Megan Trainor, you know, I'm all about that bass, about that bass. I feel like she might be an ESFJ.
That's not a good song. That's her best song.
Yeah, and she also is kind of a hypocrite. So like I think of like maybe she does TI though. Like she made that song all about body positivity, and she sings a song to her daughter about like don't you'll grow into yourself or you'll have a glow up. And now she's on like Ozempic and is like I'm happier than ever. So it's like you were popular because you were all about positivity and stuff, and now you like are the total opposite of what.
It used to be all about bass, but now it's all about treble.
Yeah.
I mean, that's obviously torture. Nobody deserves to be tortured. I don't care how bad they are. The difference between us and barbarians is that we won't stoop to doing those things. It always feels satisfying and just to imagine that we would never bust into, but we couldn't possibly stand it. That's the thing. It's like, let's say somebody is a serial killer and tortures everyone. Well, justice might demand an eye for an eye, but do you want to become that guy's son? No. Decent people can't inflict suffering arbitrarily just because they feel someone's bad. Sure, punishment should match crime, but that does not mean that it rhymes when we make ourselves sad. The reason they're horrible is they do that stuff, and we shouldn't emulate it enough because then we'll be just as bad as them. And solitary confinement for any extended period of time is torture. Just plain and simple. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Constitutionalized? I have no idea what that is. Constitutionalized.
When you're saying like in the vein of something, is it VEIN or V?
I don't know the answer to that. I think it's VEIN,
Yeah.
but I'm not entirely sure. You want to sing Cloudy Day with me? No, that's fine.
No, but I will because I really should. Let me just finish this text to my sister.
Sure.
You've gotten very good at letting me process the question before answering. Because, like, that's literally what it really means for me. Sometimes I just need to actually think about it before saying. Because I'm a habitual yes
I did not do a good job of that time,
Okay. Well,
That's
I've
good FE on
noticed.
your part.
I've
though.
noticed.
That's good FE on your part as to frame it that way. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Is it still considered speaking with someone every day if you're just sending them like memes and like little things back and forth? Like maybe like 2-3 sentences back and forth?
Of course it still counts.
Must be me and my sister. I think she's like one of the people that I talk to every day, but like my mom wouldn't consider it a conversation, but we literally do talk every day.
Well, last time you talked face to face, I was a little like, you're just kind of being a bitch.
Thank you. That's why I asked you if you noticed anything, because like I thought it was weird. Like I almost kind of wanted to be like, if you didn't want to do this, like we didn't have to.
It's like she was mad at you on your mom's behalf.
She was. Whatever. I should always expect that. Unless my sister brings up something about my mom first, then my sister's gonna take my mom's side.
Remember, he doesn't have very good intuition either.
And my mom's her supervisor type, so that's where she gets her guidance from.
Carl's had enough.
Oh man.
Carl's had enough.
No, you know what? $450 and a possible court date, forget it. It's not worth it. It's just a dumb mistake that I made because I didn't realize that I didn't know the tradition. I'm more of a traditional person, so I would have kept my middle name as my last name, but I thought like I was playing a game of house, and if I was playing house, I would have kept my. No one told me. My parents never told me.
Well, it's a very like backslot FI thing to think other people need to tell you what name you want to be.
Yeah, well, you said it as I wrote it and I finished it. You're like, oh, my mom kept like Snyder, and I was like, I just wrote it. I could have changed it right then and there probably, but whatever. I'm ready to sing whenever you
Okay,
are.
cool. You get a little closer.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Trouble past, struggle still to come. The day is nearly done.
for first time we played it.
Yeah.
Good. Anything else you want to say? Where do you want to get your
I was
package?
thinking about singing another one.
You want to do Gregory?
Yeah. Again, I'm rusty, so.
Sure, that's fine. Somebody mentioned cider, and now I want cider. Somebody mentioned orange juice, and now I want orange juice. Don't mention nuclear war, 'cause then I'll want that too for sure. What in the world is that?
It might be your part of your Valentine's gift.
Well, you want to open it yourself then?
Oh no, it's stuff for the car.
What is this? Oh, work light. Multifunctional work light for the car, huh? 2 multifunctional work lights. Cameron sent me an itemized thing that listed all the things that he spent money on and also his labor and stuff, and we paid him that total, which was like $2,250. But I gave him verbal approval for a variety of little things. He's like, I'm thinking you should really get this thing. It's only this much money. I'm like, okay, fine. You know, he's got better instincts regarding that kind of stuff than I will ever have. Like, he brought this orange speaker that Rachel uses sometimes. He gave it to us, and I've heard her use it many times.
I'm pretty sure that Roomba's for us too.
Yeah, it is.
No, I'll use it upstairs.
I think that's the best place for it. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that
He's Gregory in disguise. He hates lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But anytime he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them.
because he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory
In disguise, he hates lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, he only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them.
until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Excellent. Good job. Gregory is the name of one of your recent Terraria characters. Huh. Terraria. Is that multiple terrariums? This beat's called guitar pop, but guitar pop is sung like this. Guitar pop, just make a fist. Guitar pop is a kind of pop you love when you go above and beyond. It's guitar pop. The beat is called guitar pop because it's so poppy, it's a lot, and it's a kind of fun way to go. If you want to make a hit, you got to make pop music. I guess then that's why. This is the understated part. Gets it dark. I didn't even think of any songs that were called guitar pop. What qualifies as guitar pop? Is it pop that pops a lot, or is it something more endeavored? I can think of a lot of pop songs, but not a lot of them have guitar, and I'm not sure what guitar pop is. But if you think you know, that's fine. I will take your word above mine. But if you're wrong, then I will say to anybody I see that I didn't be wrong by myself. It was your fault this time. You told me that this was guitar pop, then I learned that this was not. Now I am sorrowful and filled with sadness, but I think maybe it's guitar pop, even though I don't like it a lot. That's okay, I never really liked guitar pop anyway. But wait a second, Eric. You just say, oh, I pushed the wrong one. Well, that's the end of that song. Mercifully, I'd say. Mercifully, the end. Hey. And that would be an F sharp. Too fast for me to do that. For some reason, that's hard for me to play. That's how this song goes. Banana, banana, you could blow your nose. Banana, banana, that's how this song goes. Banana, 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 banana. Banana, that's how this song goes. Banana, yeah, it's another one of those kind of banana, that kind of song. Banana, go ahead and sing along. Banana, it's the greatest song ever. Banana, and your name is Trevor. Banana, if you want a banana, ask Banana Amp, 'cause he's a purveyor of bananas. Yeah, banana, what you doing? Banana, I'm just doing round. Banana. Banana, I'm just screwing around. Banana amp, what is going on in this town? banana nana nap, banana nana nap. What you think you're doing? Banana nana nap, banana nana nap. I think I'm just screwing around, around. Yeah, that one. Banana nana nap is my name. Banana nana nap is not my game, 'cause I'm not a banana. Why would you think that? I said banana nana nap, I'm just a man. I'm not banana, and I never can become one, no matter how much I evolve. Let's all evolve into fruits and vegetables. Banana nana nap, 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 banana nana nap. If you don't like any of these syllables like ba or na or na 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 na, then perhaps you should go buy a lamp, 'cause you're clearly not seeing the world. Banana nana nana nap, that's what I said with my amp band. Banana nana nana nap, that's what I meant to play the Gramps, but Grandpa died before I was able. Banana nana 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 amp, banana nana 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 amp, banana amp, banana amp, banana banana amp, banana nana 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 amp. You said you don't even know what that means, but I know and I have told you, so you're lying again. You just got a banana nana nana napa, banana nana nana napa, nana 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 nana, banana nana nana napa, banana nana nana napa, banana A long time ago, there was a guy named Napoleon. He didn't just conquer Europe, he also invented Neapolitan ice cream. Anyhow, one day he was hanging with the troops. He said, "Hey troops, what you gotta say to me?" They said, "Listen, Napoleon, we gotta say what we wanna say to you, and that is hey so. Banana, nana, 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 nana. That's what you got to do when you're Gramps. And banana, nana, 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 nana. What you talking about? You don't know my ramp? I sell ramps and lamps and amps, and you could buy them all and be champs, because yeah, banana nap is what I have to say to you. Banana nap. Banana nana 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 nana. Banana nap. Banana nana nana nana. Banana nana nana nana. Banana nana 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 nana. Banana nana 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 nana. I didn't mean to change the beat. That's a different beat this street. That's pretty cool. Mysterious whispers heard from across the room. I don't doubt that soon we'll reach doom. Mysterious glances disturbing me, making me wonder just what I see. The guitar is not in tune with this piano. In tune things are overrated, that's what I say. Who needs to be all in tune today? I certainly don't care about that. This is the other half of this piece, huh? Right. Go like this. This one. Pew, 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 pew. And then this one. Pew, pew, pew. And then this one. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. You don't need that E there. It could be E flat maybe. Like this, like pew, 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 pew. On this one. And then go to this one. And go pew, pew, pew. I think you know what I'm talking about then. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, it's gotta be E flat, yeah. But not E flat though. Anyway, pew 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 pew. And then to this one. Pew 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 pew. And to this one. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. But then maybe here. Pew 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 pew. Pew pew pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew pew pew. Pew pew. Not this one. What goes there? This one? Maybe. So it's like a pew 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 pew. And then pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. That one. Then this one here goes. Pew 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 pew. Probably that. Okay, here we try it again. See. This one. And that is how you know. Then you're gonna go to that one. Cause it is just so fantastic. Then to this one here. You can hear it clearly. It's supposed to go. Kind of. There's something there, but I can't quite find it. Anyway, that's life in the big city. Sometimes you're just born to fail. Some people are born to fail. People like me. We're not meant to be all successful and accomplishing things. That's not for people like me. That's for people like ESTJs and stuff. Me, baby, I was born to fail. Who loves you, baby? Me. I do. Did Firecrow's make an appearance? Firecrow's going to make an appearance right now because I'm going to pull some bowls. But first, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Then I'll come back and pull bowls. Then I might wrap the stream up. It's been incredibly self-indulgent. Me just tweaking out on stuff. Or I could keep it going and maybe try to be a little productive, like sweep the floors. What's that? Yeah, sure, okay. Rachel can take over. Maybe I can sweep the floors. She made an appearance earlier today, actually. Yeah. I don't know. She didn't say, and I didn't ask. I don't believe she's here right now, but Winston's mom, it's getting closer. Winston's mom, roller coaster. That's a really well written song. Every day, it's getting closer, going faster than a roller coaster. My road will surely come my way. So well written. Another song's very well written that kind of reminds me of that is Runaway. I was walking in the rain, and I feel the pain, and I'm in back of me, doing this misery, and I wonder, why, wonder, why, she ran away, and I wonder what she was there, my little runaway. You know that Hank Williams died under very mysterious circumstances. He was a drunk, you know. Yeah, he was a problem alcoholic. He had a big problem with alcohol. And he hired this guy to drive him from some place to a venue he had to get to because weather had grounded flights or something like that. But he arrived dead in the back seat. There's no maybe official cause of death except a heart problem, they said, but apparently he was kind of like bruised and battered a little bit. Alcohol is the hell of a drug, I tell you. It's a tough drug to keep together on. You're very likely to go off the rails when you have an alcohol problem. Some people maybe don't go off the rails, but just silently suffer at home and stuff. But I can think of one such person myself, my friend Matt. I could call. It wouldn't be terrible for me to give Corey a call and try to reconnect a little bit there. I don't know. It comes with a lot of baggage. As would anybody who's been in a toxic relationship as long as he has. And he's not the inherently toxic one, she is. So you're on the receiving end of all the abuse. But, it changes a person to undergo that kind of treatment for such a long time. He's operating from a place of like extreme vulnerability. And that can sometimes express as, shitting on Eric or failing to recognize or acknowledge that there are some things that Eric's good at. Corey and I had some fairly big headbutting over some intellectuals that he respected and thought I should read, which were just complete garbage. It's like I know how to read things and critique them for legitimacy. I'm accustomed to doing that just by nature, but it was also my job to do that, to read things and find legitimate cards I could cut with reasonably good reasoning and or relatively few fallacious missteps. He wanted me to read this guy. Like one guy he wanted me to read was um, Ted Kaczynski's manifesto. It was just pure garbage. And there was this other guy who wanted me to read, also pure garbage. And I was trying to tell him, look, these are the reasons why this is garbage. These are just metaphors, reification fallacies. He's creating an imaginary enemy that does not exist. There is no such monolithic, even movement of culture called technological whatever, and etc. But his position was very much the problem was that I wasn't intuiting enough or something. There are some things where you got to intuit a lot, to get any kind of results at all. It won't do you any good to try to parse out TI reasons why that song is good, for example. It's a fool's errand. And it's not the case that everything that is judged according to a standard rather than a rule, in other words, holistically rather than deconstructively. It's not true that everything that can't be deconstructed is bullshit. But when you're talking about society, people, culture, policy, etc., then you want to make sure you're not just eating sawdust pancakes. Yeah, they might make you feel full for some reason, but believe me, they have no nutrition in them. These ideologues who write their treaties and manifestos, they're not good. And they run the gamut from Rachel Maddow talking about gun nuts to Jordan Peterson talking about postmodernists to Idiot Von Dumbfuck talking about corporations. It's all the same problem. A refusal to engage honestly and seriously with the topic. Preference to arrive at a boogeyman you can demonize rather than a reality you can parse. It's all the same thing every time. It just takes different shapes and forms, Antifa is the same as Trump. Arbitrary, unqualified to engage in the subject of politics entirely. Exactly the same. It's like, if you ever watch any of these ideologues, or sometimes I see a little ad for Rachel Maddow when I'm watching the Olympics, just the cancer-inducing smugness. And that's what that kind of politicking allows, right? Allows you to be smug about how wrong the other guys are and accomplish absolutely nothing good for the country in the process. Just double down on the problem of groupist heuristics replacing actual statesmanship and deliberation. There's no good way to be non-deliberative about politics. That's why we have two legislative bodies, Congress and the Senate, both of which are designed to make it very difficult for the government to do things and to require things to be debated in full and deliberated in full before being passed. But of course, that presumes a willingness and an ability on the part of the people in that deliberative body, be it Congress or Senate. It presumes an ability or willingness on their part to be impacted by argumentation. Like, you know, I'm in favor of Bill X. And Joe gets up and points out that Bill X has this unintended consequence that's horrible. The legislature who was in favor of Bill X should change his position on it, right? But instead, that almost never happens. People don't think that the actuality of it matters, just the ideological skew. Ideological skew. A lot of people choose to engage with America, the world, politics, society, etc., with ideological skew. In general, we want to try to eliminate all ideologies. Ideology, a good functional operational definition of an ideology is that which totalizes a frame a single frame. That which totalizes a single frame. And the problem with totalizing a single frame, of course, is if you were to actually get your way, then you get totalitarianism. That's what happens when you totalize something. Like, if you think corporations are the problem, that's an ideology. You're totalizing a single frame of reference as a way of not engaging with complex reality. Who's actually the problem? Pretty much every single person. But not absolutely every single person. There are some of us who are not the problem. Because the thing is, there's plenty of people who are not part of the problem, but they're just completely apathetic and disengaged from politics. And they're not part of the problem. And that's how the rest of these passionate people should be apathetic and disengaged, because they should not vote. They should not have any say in who becomes elected president or anything else, because they are trying to bypass the kind of mature adult citizen thinking that's required to be correct about things. If they don't want to be correct, but just passionate, then they should just get the fuck out of Dodge. By which I mean the voting booth and politics in general. The only kind of political discourse that should be popular on YouTube is this kind. But this will never be popular on YouTube. Why? Because it's not intended to make you feel smug and sanctimonious. And that's what people who engage in political content generally want, is something to feel smug and sanctimonious or angry about. You know, people don't need to have some knowledge about anything. The only thing they need to have knowledge about is their own deficit areas. I have no problem with a democracy where 1% of the population votes. I'm not saying we should prevent people from voting legally or something, but we should promote the message that, hey, if you're not talking about politics like Eric is, in a very dispassionate and disinterested way, that actually is only caring about the good of the country and not some ideological strain, then those people should not vote or be engaged in politics at all. A democracy is not better off when the vast majority of the people are very well informed about politics. A democracy is best off when only the true statesman among the population engages in politics, and it's only from that population of the few dispassionate, correct people that candidates get chosen. That's the way democracy functions best, is when idiots don't vote, or just wrong people, right? we don't need the majority of people to be smart, correct, or anything. We just need them to be correct about one thing: their own um, ineptitude in this area. The fact that they are not qualified to engage in this kind of stuff. That's all we need them to know. California has its proposition system where people can get to vote directly for propositions rather than, which essentially laws that bypass the legislature, right? That's not a good thing. We don't want to bypass the legislature. We don't want to empower the majority to to implement more laws and stuff. We want to minimize the amount of laws to that which is necessary. Because obviously, if somebody victimizes you, you need legal recourse. It's important that we have laws that criminalize behavior that's actually criminal. And we need to remember that the reason we want to have those laws at all is because if any of us get victimized by any other of us, the one who gets victimized needs legal recourse. That's why we want to have laws, right? Um, what we what we don't want to do is have a streamlining of this process that allows special interest groups to make propositions that are purely driven by self-interest, be it insurance companies or whatever, healthcare, teachers, unions, etc. What we want is to avoid those kind of laws as much as possible. So those kind of laws are still somewhat likely to get passed in a regular legislative environment, but it's there's a limited amount of space on the legislative docket, and also there are plenty of people who won't be in bed with that special interest and therefore will say this is bullshit. We're not going to vote for this. That's why California's proposition system is not a good thing, even though it was the source of legalization of medical marijuana originally. But that's why you can't judge the wisdom of something by outcomes. Just because the propositions have had some good outcomes doesn't mean they're wise. They're inherently unwise because they're an attempt to bypass the natural and desirable deliberative processes of a legislative body. Well, so the other thing I wanted to repeat about the simulation thing before I move away from that topic is the question of how much energy / processing power is required to simulate something. That becomes much less of an issue if you imagine that either some or everybody's body is somewhere and it's being simulated into that person's brain, because in that context, presumably the simulation can take advantage of the brain's implicit ability to visualize, create realities in and of its own, in and of its own doing. So if you're simulating matrix style into the brains of people who actually have physical bodies, then that's a much more believable kind of simulation, a much more reasonable to imagine occurring than this entire universe being simulated in all of its parts. If you're imagining that, in fact, they are only simulating the parts that show up on someone's screen, well, then you either have to imagine that you are the one that person's looking at all the time. It would have to be like for one person, right? Because as far as we can tell, you're experiencing reality over where you are in your own head with your own consciousness and your own self concept and all that kind of stuff. As far as I can tell, you're doing that too. So, if in fact the universe is only rendered when some observer goes to view that part of the simulation, um, well, then it would mean that we're all simulated, and only that observer unlocks that feature of render this because I'm looking at it now. But for that to be the case, basically, only one of us could be actually fully conscious, so like self-aware sentience, because that would have to be the one that's the focus of like the where the view is of the simulation all the time. And it would have to be me. I know it would have to be me, but you would only know it has to be you because all of this Ericiness could be simulated. Okay, well, that's not solipsism at all. That's not at all example of solipsism. An example of solipsism would be something like, well, you can't really prove that um, that people exist at all. Well, that'd be solipsism in some sense because you can establish existentiality just by instantiation. Anytime something's instantiated, it exists. So if you have an instance of something, that's how we define existence. So that would be solipsistic to say that you can't really prove anything exists, or to make the argument. Essentially, solipsism is a form of dissembling. It's a way of promoting vagueness instead of resolving questions. Discourse, be it adversarial or cooperative, be it rhetoric or dialectic, is designed to answer questions, resolve questions. Anytime you have a subject that's open for debate, let's say death penalty, you're trying to resolve the question of whether that policy is just. And presumably, in every decently executed rhetorical exchange, maybe not dialectic, but like a debate, any decently executed debate, one party and not the other is going to win. So, in other words, the question will be resolved for the point of that debate. You're overcomplicating this very simple premise of you can't prove anyone else is conscious. What I was saying is that I'm establishing conditionalities. Okay, like if it were the case that we were in a simulation that didn't involve human bodies, right? So in other words, not my body is somewhere else, but it's being simulated in my brain. But in fact, I'm just fully part of a simulation, like a character in The Sims. If that were the case, then the computational and processing requirements of simulating the universe and all the distinct consciousnesses becomes unmanageable, completely unworkable. So what we would have to conclude then is if we were in that kind of simulation, each of us could conclude that we were the focus of the simulation because we could conclude that we were being rendered, but we wouldn't know for sure about others. So what you're saying is solipsism assumes, first of all, that I'm making a certain affirmation here. I am not affirming that, in fact, that's the way the world is or that we should interpret it as that. I'm saying, provided the following premises, the following conclusions. If, in fact, there are bodies someplace that are being simulated into, then it's feasible that each of us could be fully simulated. In other words, our actual consciousness, sentience, exists somewhere else in our physical brain. So in that case, that simulation could include all of us being real, or at least as many of us who are in those simulation pods. You could conceive of part of the world, including NPCs, which are individual humans that aren't rendered in full, but without those bodies, we'd have to conclude that only one of us could conceivably be rendered in full, and that would have to be the focus of the view of the simulation, because we'd have to assume that the simulation is not rendering all things at all times that are not observed. That's just not how simulations work. So, do you understand now?
It would be crazy if in like the Matrix I wake up and I'm in this like blob.
I mean, to be very clear, Rocco, I do not believe we're in a simulation. I am highlighting some problems with simulation theory. One of the problems is uh, that there are two conceivable simulation styles, right? I'm accidentally agreeing with solipsism. Solipsism is not an affirmation that one can agree or disagree with, okay? So it's argumentation for the purpose of increasing vagueness, muddying the waters, not resolving questions. I will look it up, see what the official definition is. The view or theory that the self is all that can be known to exist. Okay. So I guess what I interpret that to mean argumentationally is a appeal to vagueness, right? Like whatever arguments you're making, you can't actually make them because you can only prove that you exist, right? So it's an appeal to the inability to resolve questions. But debate resolves questions. That's exactly what it does. No, I agree it's a simple premise that you can't prove anybody else is conscious. What I was highlighting, are you not hearing me? What I was highlighting is that there's two conceivable understandings of a simulated world, right? One of which involves us actually having our bodies, like Matrix style, and one of which is this is the Sims and we're all just fully simulated, right? You understand the distinction I'm making? I mean, my again, guap squatch. My point is, I'm highlighting some problems with simulation theory. Sure, it doesn't make any difference. That's not a problem with the idea, though. The thing about the idea is, in its sort of most popular rendering of the idea, it says, "Look, we can simulate things. Simulations keep getting better and better. Eventually, we'll be able to simulate things perfectly, like just like reality. And accordingly, if that's the case, once that happens, we'll start launching mini simulations of reality, non-simulations. And given this mathematics of the thing, it's very unlikely that we're the root reality." That's the argument that's been popularized about simulation theory. My point is that's an argument that does not actually consider how simulations work very much. So, if you're going to be, if you want to be making claims about it being a simulation, you've got to take into account the fact that uh, the more robust and realistic the simulation, the more required computing power slash energy. So it's it becomes infeasible, unrealistic to imagine like the entire universe being simulated without any physical bodies anywhere because of the overwhelming amount of computational resource requirements that would have. We invented language and math. Its interpretation that our mouth noises actually solve anything or the underlying understanding of the thing called problems in the first place. Well, there are advocacies, right? There are affirmations and negations. So let's talk about an explanation for something. For example, why maggots come out of meat if you leave it out? That was a question that people had for a long time. And one of the answers that they provided was called spontaneous generation, that says meat just grows maggots out of it spontaneously. Eventually, with some experimentation, a little intuition, some observation, people realized that it was flies landing on the meat, laying their eggs. So now we have that explanation. You might say that on some level, both explanations are equally good, but only one of them gives you the tool you need to prevent maggots from forming on the meat you leave out for weeks. And the other one does not provide information that prevents that. So they're not equal. One of them is more correct because it validates on at least some metrics, right? And the other one does not validate. So it's not the case that philosophy is running on a mental mouse wheel. It is the case that, say, Einstein's relativity was fundamentally an exercise in philosophy. It was entirely, the engine behind relativity was entirely intuition and deduction. It was not based on observation at all. Okay, Rocco, I get you want to be intellectually adversarial with me, but you're talking about me, right? And solipsism, the idea that you can't prove anything other than your own consciousness, what makes you think I don't understand that concept? I get the concept. It depends on which metrics you think qualify as proving something, I suppose. We can prove all kinds of conditionalities with 100% certainty. It's just conditional, right? If all eggs are brown and this is an egg, then it's brown. 100% indisputably true in every context, right? But only conditionally so. So, if you're saying, well, you're not thinking about why we invented math or language, I think about that kind of shit all the time. One of the points I've made is that a lot of people seem to think that there's something to be said about underlying everything there is math. They've got it entirely backwards, of course. Math is our way of describing things. It's a language optimized to quantity. So the idea that somehow math could be more fundamental to the universe than verbal language is insane. The important thing to remember is that people use words to do things, intellectually or otherwise. Like, Rocco, your words seem to be designed primarily to try to take me down a notch, but you're not you're not up to the task of taking me down a notch. I'm a professional debate coach by trade and a philosopher by lifelong habit. But most of all, what I am is a very rigorous thinker, robust thinker. And it's not because I'm smart either, right? It's because I'm smart enough in certain ways, and I have a lifetime of good habits and requisite knowledge. Like, it's very difficult to do any kind of explanation, philosophizing, reasoning, or whatever if you don't understand debate concepts in full. You don't understand what an affirmation is, negation is, the difference between different kinds of rebuttals, turns, counters, etc., what a critique is, or or what a theory argument is, what ground is, what frame, metaframe, case level is, you don't understand any of that stuff, then it's very difficult for you to engage in explaining and understanding things very well. There's some sort of generally believed notion, which is very wrong, that proof exists without any frame. In reality, when something is proved, what that means is that a question has been established, right? And an answer has been proposed. Certain things are inferred by that answer that then you can check for, right? And obviously, is Jenny able to legally drive? We might answer that question in a few different ways. Well, is she mature enough to drive? Is she 16? Or does she deserve to drive because she's done a lot of good stuff? So obviously, as a society, we choose to answer that question with the rule rather than either of those standards. The standard is something that requires discretion, a rule doesn't. Okay? Simple enough definition for you. So if we were trying to determine whether Judy deserved to drive by whether she'd done enough good stuff, well, we might get disagreement among various people. But if she'd done a lot of good stuff, a lot of charity work or whatever, we might broadly get agreement among people. If we choose to evaluate on whether she's mature enough to drive, well, that's a little bit more of a standard that's got a little bit more like objectivity to it, in the sense that you can highlight instances of immaturity and that would successfully negate. Whereas if she's done enough good stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean you can highlight bad stuff and negate. If she's done enough good stuff, then you presumably affirm regardless, right? Now, if we use the rule, if she's 16, we can know definitively whether she's old enough just by knowing how old she is. And you'll note that all this remains the case in terms of how this question validates in various contexts. It all remains the case regardless of whether we can prove people other than ourselves exist. Right? So the question of solipsism seems to make another common mistake, which is the belief that other parties need to meet necessary but insufficient conditions before they can access their argumentational ground. I hope you're still here learning. That's not the case. So even if you were to establish successfully, if you were to successfully affirm the claim that we can only prove that we ourselves exist, even if you were to successfully win that affirmation and prove your claim, that wouldn't change anything for those people over there having a different conversation about something else, right? They don't need to meet your necessary but insufficient burdens in order to access their argumentational ground, because their frame of reference doesn't include that question that you're trying to answer. And that's how discourse works to help us answer questions meaningfully. It's a sequence of distinct discursive events, each in their own frame. Right. So what you are, Rocco, is an athlete. And being an athlete is great. And it may be a great worldview / life approach. You may be happy and wise, etc. But none of that is philosophy. Philosophy is explanation. It's what I'm doing now. And it's built out of words. You might be right that I should live like you live instead of like me. You might be right that your way is better, but your way is not philosophy. Well, Rocco, I guess it depends on what you think is of consequence. So it used to be that, you know how the continents look like they fit together? People have known that for a long time. They're like, these really look like they used to be one continent. And so there was broad consensus among scientists that there was once a continent called Pangea. Anyway, and that those continents have moved apart from each other. And there was broad consensus as to why. And the explanation was, well, the Earth must be expanding like a balloon. Perfectly reasonable explanation. If you put continents close together on a deflated balloon and inflate them, they'll get further and further apart, right? But there was another scientist who disagreed. He presented plate tectonics as the explanation. And for a long time, broad consensus among scientists still stuck with the expanding Earth idea. But then somebody had a brilliant intuitive idea to test this notion. It was, wait a second, if it's expanding Earth, then all the fault lines should collapse in like this. Whereas if it's plate tectonics, then they should be jagged and all over the place. Let's go make some observations. Observe some faults. They're all jagged and all over the place, everywhere, all over the world. Now, you might say, that doesn't matter, Eric. It's consequential how it is the continents move around. Okay, fair enough. It's inconsequential. But I'd still rather be correct about it than incorrect, or more correct rather than less correct. The thing is, it's very difficult to prove anything definitively forever, right? Correct thinking acknowledges that with new information and hearing new reasons or explanations that address certain things, that the position is subject to change. However, certain things have validated so much across so many different metrics that we can pretty well assume they're not subject to change, and that variance from that frame is the result of being in a separate frame. So it's like you might say some aspects of relativity don't validate if you're looking at behavior of things at the quantum level. But that's a different frame. So we have quantum mechanics and relativity, they don't agree with each other. They're not in conflict either because they're each at a different scale. So you might say, well, why do relativity and quantum matter? Well, at some point, you actually get into the manufacture of products based on these kinds of ideas, like quantum computing, which purportedly, when they get enough, able to put enough qubits together at once, we'll be able to crack all of our current encryption programs. And our current encryption program, number one of them, is based on um, extremely large prime numbers. And what factorials they have. Existing computers take them way too long to try to figure that out. And regular people can't figure it out either, unless you have the key of the factorials. Um, in other words, unless you have the other part of it, there's the public key and the private key kind of thing. It's based on that. Anyway, quantum computing purportedly will be able to crack that kind of encryption. I don't really fully understand the mechanics of quantum computing. I've watched plenty of videos explaining it, but I still don't really fully understand it. And, to be honest, the question of non locality is not fully resolved. Einstein proposed that there's some hidden local factor such that when if you imagine two electrons in superposition, let's just say they're their state has not been determined yet. And let's say they like spin opposite each other or something. So the existing paradigm says, imagine this is an envelope, this is an envelope. When you open this envelope, then the contents of this envelope become determined. Whereas Einstein was saying, well, maybe instead of this envelope having a blue and a red square in it, and this envelope also having a blue and a red square in it when they're both in superposition, maybe as soon as you look at this one, when they're still close together, they can tell each other what they're going to be when the observation occurs, and then you separate them and observe it. That communication's been done locally. So that question is actually unresolved still. I had thought it was resolved. I never really made much sense out of spooky action at a distance, as they say, but I was willing to accept that based on double slit experiment and stuff like that. It seems to reveal things being both one thing and another thing at the same time, violating the law of non-contradiction, if you will. What does quantum stuff have to do with solipsism? Well, nothing really, except that quantum stuff, it's a physics that requires an observer, and observation is an event that creates a state change. So if you're saying solipsism, its only requirement is an observer, namely your ability to observe yourself, well, I guess it would have that similarity. But my point about quantum mechanics is it's not clear yet exactly what the best interpretation explanation of the observed phenomena is. But one day it will be clear what the best one is. Well, there's a rare mathematical phenomenon called the Banach-Tarski experiment where you can pull extra volume from a sphere mathematically and still have the full remaining piece. It's an extremely hard to explain phenomenon. That's not a phenomenon. That's a math reality, right? You're not actually pulling any volume from any actual sphere. It's not an experiment. It's a counterintuitive math reality. For example, let's say you've got 100 people and they're prisoners in a jail. But the warden says, look, I've got a proposal for you. If there are 100 boxes in this room, each of us has a number. You have a number. So like your number 87, there's a box 87 in there. But there's also boxes 1 through 100. I want you to go in there and start picking numbers, start picking boxes, and each box is going to have a random number in it, 1 through 100, each occurring only once. So I want you to go pick 20 numbers at random, 20 boxes at random, and see if one of them has your number in it. If it does, you go into the other side. Now, if every single person in here, all 100 prisoners, can find their number in less than 20 steps, then you can all go free. However, if only one of you messes up, then none of you will go free. So it's a weird math phenomenon, I guess you could call it that if a person goes in, if the prisoners go in and start picking boxes at random, then they have an infinitesimally negligible chance of them ever getting free because it will require every single one of them to find their number in just 20 steps. But it turns out that if a person goes in and says, okay, I'm number 87, so I'm going to start with box 87, and then I'm going to go to whichever box that number says. So let's say box 87 holds number 30. Then they go to box 30, pull that. Let's say it points to box 5, pull that. and they do it that way until they get to their own number. If they do it that way, and everybody does it that way, then there's a 33% chance that everybody will get to go free. What? Impossible, right? How could it make that much of a difference? Well, when you hear the full explanation of it, it does make sense. It's about different kinds of loops, right? But you'll note that it's a thought experiment. It's not an actual experiment. There are, if the Tarski things you're talking about is like that, the needle spinning in 3 dimensions and the various spaces that it carves out, it is the case that you can have space with no area, but it's got to still have 2 dimensions, just for your reference. So it's a, and the reason it doesn't have any area is because the vectors that it traces out create a space based on the fact that the vector, in other words, it's made up just of lines. It's not made up of anything else. So yeah, I actually am familiar, I think, with what you're talking about there. And that's only in I don't remember actually. I was going to say it's only in a minimum number of dimensions. I mean, the amount of dimensions for the thing itself is 2, but the Banach-Tarski paradox is a theorem in set theoretic geometry that states the following. Given a solid ball in 3-dimensional space, there exists a decomposition of the ball into a finite number of disjoint subsets that can be put back together in a different way to yield 2 identical copies of the original ball. Indeed, the reassembling process involves only moving the pieces around and rotating them without changing their original shape. The pieces are not solids in the traditional sense, but infinite scatterings of points. Well, that's what causes it, right? They're not making a statement. This paradox is not making a statement about reality. It's making a statement about the nature of math. So if you go back to Euclid and you look at his axioms, he says things like a line is a segment with no breadth. And points don't occupy any space, don't have any size or anything. But as somebody I watched on YouTube commented about this issue, we don't need definitions, really. I mean, I'm talking about, actually, I guess it's definitions, not as axioms. But we need the axioms, we don't need the definitions. We only need to operationally define things. So, like, a point is that which we use to mathematically mark a spot. We treat it as though it has no size. It doesn't occupy any area. How can you have a dot that doesn't occupy any area? Well, it's not a dot, it's a point. And the reason it doesn't have any area is because it's not a thing on the picture, it's a mapping indicator. Like, you take a triangle Well, there are no points on a triangle. But the fact that the line segments create angles means that there are points right there, definitely. We don't have to account for them or do anything with them. But that's what it means. Switching gears, have here, if every atom in your body is replaced every 7 years or so, do you think your memories are non local or organic?
Apparently, it's not, it's only like I looked that up. The 7 year cycle, and it's like supposed to, but not all. But it's weird. Like I feel my body like has changed within 7 years of like looking back.
Um, I mean, memories are definitely local. We don't have, you know, you don't have to have all the same boards for it to be the same ship of thieves because the again it's a mapping thing, right? We call it the ship of thieves. That's its label, its title, and it refers to an object that does a certain job for us in certain contexts. It does not refer to an identity that ties to constancy of part. And accordingly, it doesn't matter if every single board on the ship has changed. Yes, it's still the same ship of thieves. Same with our memories. We could conceive of some cells in the brain handing over the information to some new cell before dying off, and thereby we don't have to imagine any non locality to memory.
Apparently, the change is so minuscule, and it only happens in like a small amount of cells that they change every 7 years.
Well, Rocco's claiming it's every atom in your body. I agree that it's not every atom in your body that changes every 7 years. Certainly, your skin, like you're gonna cycle through layers of skin, a lot of layers of skin in 7 years, because you're always shedding old dead skin and growing new skin.
Yeah, and like honestly, like when I think about like my body shape and stuff every like 7 years, it's changed. Like so, there's something to it. There's something to it.
I think he's talking mostly about like cell
Cells,
degeneration
yeah.
and regeneration.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's true that all of your cells get replaced in your body or not.
No, it's not all your cells. They debunked it. They said there are cells that um regenerate, but it's only a small amount of them every 7 years. It's kind of like a myth that it's every 7 years um all cells are replaced. Right, but they like debunked it. Like I literally was like looking this up like last week.
Let me Google it. Do all your cells get replaced every 7 years?
No. Yeah.
No, not all your cells are replaced every 7 years. This is a common myth based on oversimplification of cellular turnover rates. While many cells regenerate frequently, such as skin or blood, others, including neurons in the brain and certain eye cells, last for your entire lifetime.
Yeah, so like that's what they were trying to say. That's like what I was trying to say is that some do, but not many.
Skeleton and bone cells take 10 years to completely regenerate. Uh, this misconception likely stems from a 2005 study suggesting that an average cell age of 7 to 10 years, but this factors in both rapidly dividing cells and those that hardly change at all. Therefore, while your body is constantly renewing, you are not a completely new person every 7 years.
But every 10 years, your bones change. That's interesting.
Well, let me see who agrees with you. Which cells don't regenerate? Cardiac muscle cells, inner ear hair cells, and neurons in the cerebral cortex do not regenerate. The reason is they are terminally differentiated and cannot divide to replace themselves once destroyed, leading to permanent damage. So, and one way we can know that not everything's regenerated every 7 years is that if that were the case, paralyzed people wouldn't be permanently paralyzed.
Right. They would be able to regenerate.
They'd be able to regenerate this stuff. If that were the case, that all cells are capable of regenerating after being destroyed, then we could grow back cut off arms and stuff.
They used to think that. It's more recent that it's been debunked.
Yeah, so that's why your heart also has a shelf life. You know, you got a certain number of beats in it in a lifetime because those cells don't regenerate, and accordingly, as your heart ages, it is more at risk of heart attacks and stuff. Also, that it makes perfect sense with your eyes as well, because like my eye muscles and my irises are weaker now than they used to be, and I have to wear reading glasses than I didn't have to. Cells with the longest lifespan. The longest living cells in the human body are neurons, nerve cells, especially those in the brain, as many can last an entire human lifetime without being replaced. And with some specialized cells, like certain eye lens cells, exactly, you know, what I said right there. And see, I intuited that from the reality that my eyes are weaker than they used to be. And it's not like the kind of weakness that happens when you're out of shape. It's not like I've used my eyes more or less or something like that. So, makes sense. Heart muscle cells can live for around 40 years. So, those do get replaced at least once in your life, it seems like. But specialized nerve cells, neurons, can live for over 200 years in other species, presumably. Post-mitotic nature. Many of these long-lived cells, especially neurons, stop dividing and undergo mitosis after development, focusing on their specialized functions rather than replicating. And they often have gene expression profiles indicating reduced protein metabolism, helping them to survive longer. Whereas top layer of skin cells are replaced every few days, and certain blood cells are replaced every few hours. Crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that your blood cells replaced that quickly. You're again telling me I'm not thinking abstractly enough. I'm not thinking at all. I'm just looking it up on the internet. I don't claim to be a biologist or anything.
I don't really think that like something like that should be really abstract.
Yeah, there's no need to make that abstract. Biology is the most concrete of all the sciences. It's dealing with physical, biological bodies and the mechanisms by which things work in the body can be figured out by observation first. You don't need a lot of intuition or good introverted thinking skills or anything like that to do decent biology, because everything's done by observation. Like, did you know that this shocked the fuck out of me when I learned this? For a long time, with artificial hearts, they tried to construct them to mimic the way the heart does, by pump, 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 pump. Turns out people don't need that at all. Now they have artificial hearts where it just continually streams your blood through with no heartbeat at all. Like Dick Cheney got one of those.
Really?
Yeah. You don't need to have a heartbeat. You just need the blood to go through your body. Isn't that weird?
So why does it pump?
I think term you're trying to cite is apoptosis, not hypotosis. Apoptosis. The word cell in this is this universe-sized complexity in a state of flux, like a billions of loving parts constantly metabolizing. The main idea being where is the photons on light, where the memories, and yes, it is apoptosis. Well, just because cells are complex, and just because human biological systems are dynamic, in other words, nothing really is static going on, right? Everything's always somewhat in flux in some way. That doesn't mean we can't isolate elements of the system and be correct about them. Like, if I see Dave running and I don't have a video camera, but I have a still camera and I take a photo of him, I may not be able to tell from that photo what Dave was doing, where he was coming from, where he was going, whether he was running even. But I will be able to tell that it's Dave. And that's the beautiful thing about science and thinking and reasoning is you can isolate certain things such that the lack of potentially relevant information is rendered moot by it being rendered irrelevant by narrowing the question such that that information isn't informative. Memories are specifically, I don't know where they are. I there I'm sure some sort of brain architecture slash brain topography that says, oh, your memories are mostly located over there or something.
Yeah, apparently, like,
Certain eye movements, like when people are trying to remember a story, like they'll, but it's individualized, so I'm not sure. Like, they say, like, if a person is looking down to either the left or the right, they're usually down, sometimes up. There's like a baseline for everyone. So if I am looking down, there's a good chance that I'm trying to recall a memory.
Hmm.
So
Well,
if it goes like up, like, huh.
And the other thing to think about memory is that depending on what kind of knowing you prioritize, you may be much more subject to associative triggers or much less subject to them. So I when I when I see well when I just went back down to LA and I was driving from down the 210 past the exit where my parents' house used to be and down to Delilah. I can't remember exactly what was triggered. There's some memory of something that I didn't like that was triggered by seeing this place where that thing had happened, right? So I'm I'm certainly prone, not maybe ultra prone, but certainly prone to those kind of associative triggers. And I think everybody is prone to them linking to particularly bad memories because there's an adaptive advantage to having bad memories be more stick in your head than good memories because it's more important that you remember which berries are poisonous than you remember where the good berries are. To go hunter gatherer on us here. So the more traumatized the person is, I think, in general, the broader the associative trigger. So if you show me a pineapple, maybe I have an associative trigger of this time I was in Hawaii and had a pineapple. But if you have been abused with a pineapple, like you know, you were in a toxic relationship where your wife always beat you with a pineapple or something, then when you see a pineapple, you're going to have a much stronger associative trigger to these bad memories of being traumatized. And you'll also be broader probably in the other direction. If you see a travel brochure for Hawaii, you're going to have that same trigger. If you see SpongeBob because he lives in a pineapple, you're going to have that same trigger. And the more traumatizing memory is, the more widespread array of things, you know, it's just slightly relevant will still trigger rather than only very relevant. The question of, are we rewriting our memories every day? Like, well, not purposefully, because memory is a form of knowing. And we distinguish between knowing and determining things by time frame. Knowledge happens in an instant, doesn't require you to figure anything out, whereas deliberation requires you to figure something out. So if I say, when did Columbus sail the ocean blue? And you say 1492, that's knowledge. 234 plus 17, 1, 2. Then you have to figure out, let's see, 17, 1, 3, 2 plus 234. That's 3, 60, no, 2, 3, 47. 17,347. I had to figure it out, right? Once I figured it out, I remember the answer, 17,347. So I don't have to figure it out again. It's become knowledge, right? I have no idea what the physical mechanics of memory creation and retention and access in the brain is, because I'm not trying to have that kind of explanation of that kind of thing. What I explain is how having certain attentional habits, prioritizing habitually certain, say, one form of knowing over the other, because you can know from your experience and memories, but you could also know from your intuition. I explain how being configured differently in those attentional priorities is, well, it explains personality, it explains a number of different kinds of observations one might make about expressions of human consciousness, commonalities between them, differences between them, nature nurture questions, and so forth. But I couldn't be less interested in the actual brain architecture and stuff, because that's not going to explain anything that helps people understand stuff. Your association explanation of trigger memories reminds me of how they would associate dead bodies with flies in a way, just on a different order of magnitude. In its own way, that makes sense. Well, you know, it's like after taking care of my mom who had late stage dementia for a good stretch of time, I I began to associate the smell of pee with my mom. It was horrible. I'd go pee and I'd immediately have this memory of like changing my mom. That association has somewhat gone away. I think what you're talking about, I don't know who's associating dead bodies with flies. Or are you saying like people who work with dead bodies, when they see flies, they think of dead bodies? That would make sense. I mean, if you had a job like a coroner or something, you'd have daily engagements with dead bodies, oftentimes gruesome. And I guess you probably become somewhat desensitized to it. But it would seem to me that those kind of images would pop up in your dreams and stuff. I feel like I kind of kicked my cold somehow. Spontaneous generation has been tested by science, and you know the results.
One movie that's really good about memory and like the importance of it, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. But again, it has Jim Carrey in it, so fuck that dude. Yeah,
It also sounds like a super depressing story.
It is. It is. I like it. Cause like.
Oh, instance, Mom.
But it definitely shows like the importance of like remembering things. I don't know.
Hi, old man. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. Because they couldn't see eggs. Well, that's what they used to think back in the day. Remember, they had no explanation for why, so they thought spontaneity. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did think that. But that's a different kind of association, right? Like, yes, flies are associated with the arrival of maggots and rotting meat. But what I was talking about is an associative trigger in terms of memory. Like, so maybe because of this conversation, next time I see maggots, I'll remember the time I talked with Rocco about it because of the associative trigger. That's the kind of association I'm talking about.
So, in an Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, one of the things that you have to do to get your memory erased of a person is to take anything that has a memory of that person and dump it, basically, or you end up giving it to the doctor so that they hold on to it. Um, but in the movie, one of the characters realizes that he has like, well, there's like multi-layer. I don't even know how to like box it up, but the one of the workers at the doctor's office where they erase your memory sends out these confessionals that the people have to do with the doctor before the erasing procedure is done, and the the secretary realizes how fucked up it is, and so the two main characters get these take confessionals, and they're like, what is going on? And then the one of the main characters goes through his stuff and he finds out like, oh yeah, we did have a relationship. um
Well, the thing is, Rocco, the question of if you were to take away someone's memories, are they still who they were? The answer to that's actually pretty straightforward. People are half their experience, their particular stuff, and half their architecture. So a person's personality presumably wouldn't change if you took away their memories, but all of their particularist half of themselves would change. So, like, they wouldn't have those associative triggers anymore, and they wouldn't have the lessons they learned and remember from this experience or that experience either. So, would they be the same person? Well, they'd have the same personality, but it'd be like they were starting over from scratch. Presumably, you could do this without taking away their ability to use language, or maybe you could imagine taking away all memories between the ages of Mia and Mia or something, right? Regardless, if you took away every memory, then presumably they wouldn't even know how to speak or anything. They'd have to start over from infancy, learning
it's
everything.
true, yeah, you would.
But if you were able to do that and have them started from infancy, learning anything, they'd turn out much the same as they were before, minus whatever damage was done by particularist stuff.
Like Brennan is a good example of how they can do work on your brain and you're still the same person that you were before.
Yes, Rocco, if your head injury was bad enough to cause amnesia, but not bad enough to cause, like, but didn't have, it wasn't a traumatic brain injury, right? It was somehow in that sweet spot of causing amnesia without being a traumatic brain injury. If you have a traumatic brain injury, all bets are off. You may turn out very different. Like, there's a story of that guy who, a long time ago, he was working on the railroad. He got like a railroad spike got exploded up in through his head or
Oh my
something.
god.
And he survived and everything, but he was a very different person after that, apparently. Very wild and reckless, and it's like he had, it's like whatever the spike stuck through his brain, it took out his discretion.
Wow.
Phineas Gage, yeah, thank you, Rocco. So for traumatic brain injury, then that's a different ball of wax. Personality type, attentional manners, that's not going to cover super abnormal events like that.
Would concussions change a person's personality?
No, they don't seem to, but they do cause a rapid and steady cognitive decline.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes they can become more like aggressive, agitated, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But that's a function of them losing cognitive functionality and it being distressing.
Not a personality change.
Not a personality change, yeah. Memory was a benefit as a survival mechanism for early man. I see. That's why we have memory. Doesn't other creatures have memory too? At least some kind of memory.
I mean, yeah, because, like...
Hi, Wagner, Russia. God bless you too.
Every time I go close to Capio, she assumes I'm going to pet her, so she automatically goes, eh. So she remembers when I go over to the bed, that means there's a possibility that I'm most likely going to pet her.
Like Lulu came over to the house one time and she came back the next time. She went straight to the bedroom and to the bed because she knew right where it was and where she wanted to go.
Yep. And she wanted someone to be with her too. She didn't like being in there alone.
Right.
But that's another example of memory. She saw the Lulu, the dog, saw her mom's car come into our driveway. She
ran up to greet her mom. She was away in Australia, but we were driving the car.
Yeah, so animals do have memory.
And that's very much an example of an associative trigger, right? Every time Lulu hears the sound of that car, her mom's driving home. And so she assumed when she hears it this time, oh, thank God, mom's home. She's been away for a few days. Well, she's not. I will say, to be honest, I personally went through an abusive relationship and she was very bad. And the object all around the house, statues, pillows, paintings, etc., is pineapples. So for me, I'm sorry to hear that, Rocco.
That sucks. That's very much like...
Nobody deserves to be in a toxic relationship. And when you are, it's the toxic person who's completely at fault.
I would do your best to save money and get rid of those pineapples. You really need to... Wow, so pineapple really is a trigger for you, huh?
I just picked a random thing.
Wow, that's funny.
I picked a random example I've used before because I figure pineapple is an innocuous thing.
I say get rid of the pineapples. It's time.
Yeah, I didn't mean to trigger you at all. I'm sorry about that.
Memory for all organisms is benefit for survival, i.e. food, find food, escape predators. I have a really bad, my memory's not great. I struggle to find words. I search for words. And like, sometimes I'll say something, right? Like I'm talking right now and I'll say something like, "Oh, I don't like ballet shoes," and then like someone in the chat like will be like, "Oh, I agree with you," and then I'll be like, "Oh, I don't remember what you agree with me about." So my short term memory is pretty bad, but it's always been like that. Like ever since I was a kid, my grandma Lapalosa used to call me forgetful Jones because even then I was forgetful. Um, but Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind really helped me learn that uh like you have memories for reasons and that like not all of them are bad. You don't want to hyper if you're in a bad relationship, you don't want to hyper fixate on the good stuff which happens, you know. Um you don't have to erase a person completely from life from your life. Although that's what INFJs do. I guess we can try our best to philosophize that, but sometimes the universe is like that.
I just
No, I'm
wanted to.
fine.
I just want to interject one thing. When you said solipsism at first, for some reason I was thinking sophistry. That's why I said it's about dissembling and stuff. That's what sophistry is. For some reason, I had a little senior moment and thought solipsism was sophistry. Just wanted to clarify that.
Eric is very uh strong-minded. He's able to have philosophy, like talk philosophy and stuff. But he is a TI tool user, so he's gonna want proof to back up. And like he was talking about society before. He was just bringing it up as a posed question. He doesn't really have any feelings about it. Ti, you weigh out what's real, what do you think is not real, and when you meet in the middle, you come into a decision. And sometimes, if you don't have enough evidence, you just don't. You need. You don't come to a decision until you actually have that. He is a debate coach. He was a debate coach. He can debate very well. But like um philosophy is a very NI subject. You know, it has a lot of open for interpretation subject. Um so like TI when it comes to like philosophy, um they're gonna have they're going to see like test both sides. Like does this statement is this statement accurate, or does this statement have some inaccuracies in which it's inconclusive?
I mean, I just tend to think of language as doing specific things, either eliminating certain possibilities, affirming certain things, negating certain things, and I think of it as doing so for the purpose of resolving a question or something in dispute. So I'm less concerned about like say correctly I'm less concerned about having the correct explanation, and I'm more concerned about explaining things correctly. Because I'm so concerned with explaining things correctly, I do have mostly correct explanations.
This is so true for me. Like sometimes when I'm like talking to you, it's the meme says me when I don't talk. Wait, am I boring? Me when I talk. Wait, am I annoying?
You know,
That's what I say
you
to
got a lot
myself.
of FE tool stuff going on there. A lot of FE
That's what I
tool
guessed
stuff.
it was, an introverted and an FE thing.
Yeah, I wasn't just a debate coach, Rocco. I was a very successful debate coach. We won a great deal because a debate coach is a very highly specialized field. There are not very many people who are qualified to do it at all. And of that population of people, only some portion of them do it well. And of that portion, only some portion do it to win, do it well enough to win. It's not something you have to have a debate coach if you're going to have a debate program at all. You can't just put some random history teacher in and expect to have any success at all. But the beautiful thing about debate is it's already drawn out all the boundaries around all the different kinds of argumentation that can be done. Not every single argument, obviously. Some new policy matter comes up and it generates arguments accordingly. But like it's articulated all the different things that can be done argumentationally, be it like make a claim, establish an impact, weigh your impact, which is to say, explain why your impact should win or something. There's, you can make definitional arguments like ground arguments. That's why there's a framework. You can make meta framework arguments, which are things like discourse case and stuff. The point is, everything that anybody can ever do argumentationally has already been mapped out by debate for a long time. There's nothing anybody can ever say that doesn't qualify as one of the things that's articulated in debate. So, and I guess that's my main point about explanations and philosophy and discourse is that if you're going to be right in your case, you need to be fully informed and understand in full everything that's being done by that case and what it means to do those things. So, like, you might make an argument that a certain problem won't solve itself. Well, that's an inherency argument. And that's a legitimate, necessary, and insufficient condition to affirm. It is the case that if we're going to affirm your plan to do this stuff to solve this problem, that you need to establish first that the problem won't solve itself in a relatively short order, So, if you think, for example, that making this argument the problem won't solve itself is an argument in favor of your affirmation, you are wrong. It simply is a burden, a prima facie burden you've met, and now you can access your ground. And like somebody might say, well, it doesn't matter whether that's a good idea because there's never going to be enough political will to pass that idea. Well, that would be an argument that exemplifies somebody not understanding fiat. The reason we're debating the desirability of this is because presumably the argumentation will resolve the question of whether it's a good idea or not, and people will be convinced by the correct position and will choose to vote for it. So any sort of argument against fiat like that is an attempt to not have the debate rather than an attempt to resolve the question. Accordingly, it's not a sound argument to make. Things like that are what allow you to be correct. It's kind of like math. Being good at math or correct in solving math problems is not really about having the right numbers, right? Like, it's about doing the process correctly. And sometimes you might make a calculation error and have a wrong number in the answer, but that doesn't mean you don't understand how to do the problem. Equivalently, sometimes you might get the right answer because you use the wrong methodology. Like, for example, you say 2 times 3 is 6 because you have 2 plus 3, and then you add one more because you shouldn't have an even number of numbers. 6. You got the right answer, but you did not understand at all what you're supposed to be doing. And so somebody might say you're correct, but you're really not correct, because being correct is not about having the correct answer. It's about understanding correctly, arguing correctly, reasoning correctly, and then the results will take care of themselves. If you do everything right, you'll be right. This is a dumb event. Ice dancing, they need to throw them in the air, or else it's just
True,
not
then
interesting.
it's just like on ice, doubles rhythm gymnastics.
Right. These guys are sloppy. It's like judged ice capades.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me put on a different sport. Oh. That wasn't what I meant to do. What I meant to do was this. Women's snowboard big air final.
Tonight,
Let's see. Who wins the big air final? All right, skip ahead to this part right here. All right, this lady's going to go down this big ski jump. Her name's Rira Iwabuchi. Ryra Iwabuchi. Ryra Iwabuchi. It does not sound like a particularly Japanese name. Ryra, Reira. But, you know. She did fine. She did okay. She did all right. Everybody jump and fight.
Do you think it's hard to be the first one to go?
Yeah, but she actually wasn't the first because I skipped
Oh.
forward a bit to get past the initial blatherings. So she's probably the second or third one to go. All right, now we have the country of, I don't see her country, maybe Australia. I'm guessing they're green and yellow. She's a white girl in green and yellow. I'm guessing Australia. Here she goes, down the slope, towards the ramp, and jump. She spins around several times and lands successfully. No crashing. Good job not crashing. Crashing's a sure way to not get a medal. If I tried to do this event, even if I were on skis, I've never been on a snowboard before, even if I were on skis, I would say 10% chance that I could just jump off it and land successfully. It's such a big jump.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we can try our best to philosophize that, but sometimes the universe is like that. No, I'm fine. It's okay. I just wanted to point out the strangeness, the synchronicity of that is all. Yeah, I mean, philosophizing doesn't do me much of any good. I don't explain things and philosophize because I think it's a good idea to do that. I explain things and philosophize because that's the kind of person I am. You know, it's who I am and it's what I do. And obviously, none of us can indulge in what we feel like doing all the time. And that's a bit of a problem for me. In some sense, I would love it if the way I naturally was just brought in money and success in every direction.
Apparently, if you affirm it enough, it will become.
Oh, I just need to manifest it?
Yeah.
I am the most productive man on the planet. I am Henry Ford combined with Edison, combined with Jeff Bezos. When I see a problem, I solve it. When I see a job, I get it done. When I say I'm going to do something, I do it right then, always, forever. When I make a plan, I follow through and maintain myself in that plan all the way through to the end. Because I'm no quitter. All of my ideas turn into complete projects. And I make sure to maximize monetization streams in every regard for all things. That's just who I am. That's how I roll. Hi, Teabag. Just bragging about how productive I am. You know, it's like my car broke down. I had a problem solved in 6 hours. 6 hours. And it was a substantial breakdown, too. I just said, fuck it. I'll rebuild this engine right here, right now. And I did it. Everybody was so impressed. They were like, can you do that for me? I was like, no, you lazy bum. Stop being lame. Be more like me. I heard a little bit of the Bad Bunny halftime show. Am I a fan of his music? Not even the smallest amount. I think it is absolutely terrible. And I don't have a problem with like Mexican music. That guy can't sing, can't rap. It's absolutely terrible, you know? Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, everybody, let's rock, let's roll, let's way out of control right now. Let me play your halftime show. Let me play it, 'cause don't you know that I'm so great at making Puerto Rican music. Yeah. Puerto Rico, that's my style. Land of grapefruit flavor, land of smiles. Puerto Rico, it's where I'm going on vacation this year. Why? I was influenced by a man named Bad Bunny. His music was terrible but kind of funny. So that's why I decided to go to Puerto Rico. Hey, what are you doing here, gringo? Get out of Puerto Rico right now. But I'm here to enjoy all the grapefruit flavor. I know you've got some grapefruit flavor for me, for me. We don't got no grapefruits here. Now listen, I was talking to my buddy the other day, and he said, Holmes, there's this gringo in town. You know what he wants? He wants grapefruit flavor. Damn right. Fuck yeah. I want grapefruit flavor today. Damn right. Fuck yeah. I want grapefruit flavor today. Damn right. Fuck yeah. I want some grapefruit flavor every day. I said, damn right. Fuck yeah. Give me grapefruit flavor in every way. I want grapefruits here and grapefruits there. Give me some grapefruits up in the air. I want grapefruits on the ground and sea. Put them in front of me. I want some grapefruits in the hand and the foot. I want some grapefruits in my book. I want to read about grapefruit when I'm done. And then I'll watch a TV about them, son. Oh yeah. Because grapefruit flavor is the greatest flavor that ever lived. And that to savor, you want to eat it all of the time. And if you don't, then you want to constantly whine. Because grapefruit is the flavor for me. And grapefruit is the best flavor, you see. And if you want to have flavor that tastes on your tongue, then you should have yourself some grapefruit, son. All right. It's grapefruit flavor time. It's grapefruit flavor time. Don't think that I forgot how to rhyme, because it's grapefruit flavor time, and I know that I will love it. Who wouldn't love it? Puff Diddy Daddy, he wouldn't love it, 'cause he's such a baddie. You can tell who's a villain if you give them some grapefruit to try. Squirt is a soda pop that you can get, but it's maybe the best soda pop yet. 'Cause can you guess what its flavor is? If you guess grapefruit, then you know this biz for sure. Apparently, it was
That
quite.
was really good.
Thank you, thank you. Apparently, it was quite a lavish halftime show. It involved Lady Gaga.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they moved to various different stages across the field and stuff. It was quite a production, apparently.
My mom doesn't like rap music. And my mom. Oh my god, I shouldn't say this. I can
Maybe instead of saying it, Rachel, you could rap it. Your mom doesn't like figs and rice. She doesn't like dumb old mice. What else doesn't she like, my friend? You can tell me now that I've reached the end.
Well,
Go,
what I know
Rachel.
she likes is she likes grapefruit.
That's good. Who doesn't like grapefruit? Nobody. It is the season to take Molly. Fa la la, pop a pill and folly. Feel so jolly, fa la 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 la. Then hang your gay apparel, I said. Put your gay apparel here. Put your gay apparel there. Then you take your underwear and you put your gay apparel on that as well. Deck my halls, bring me boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. If you wanna be good and jolly, you gotta fa la 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 la. Go ahead and deck my motherfucking halls. Bring your boughs of holly from the talls. Put them in my yard, in my halls. Hang them up there on my walls. I said, deck my boughs with boughs of holly. Fuck those guys who don't feel jolly. I said, deck my halls with boughs of holly. Put them on my walls, and then we'll Polly, come over here. You know, I think I see you, dear, standing there beneath the mistletoe, but that's not right. You need to stand beneath the holly every night. I said, deck my halls with boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. That's no fall. I said, deck my halls with boughs of stuff. I know what kind of stuff's enough. It's a holly plant. Then put it on my hall, put it on my stair, put it on my wall, put it on my hair. Then you put it in my underwear. I said, deck those halls with boughs of holly. Those motherfuckers just ain't jolly enough for me or for you. That's why we're gonna deck their holly with poo. We said, deck the halls with boughs of holly. Those motherfuckers just ain't enough jolly, and that's why we're gonna deck them too with boughs of holly, just like you. Oh yeah. Thank you. I lost my ass betting on the Patriots. That was ill-advised, Teabag. I told you the Seahawks were going to win. I did predict the score would be 35-28, which it was not, but I did get the right team.
It was a very defense-heavy first 2 quarters.
First 3 quarters, really.
Yeah, really, first 3, yeah.
I think they should have given the MVP to the field goal kicker. He kicked 5 field goals. That's a Super Bowl record.
Wow. They should have given him MVP.
They did something a bit different with the flyover. Which is your favorite part? Your favorite part of the football game is the flyover before the game? You're not a very big football fan, obviously. I was very pleased with that game yesterday, primarily because it gave me something to listen to from LA, all the way back from LA to the casino. That game was on. It was a long game, as Super Bowls typically are. ball is better than planes. My dad took me to an air show when I was a kid. More than just one air show, in fact, and now he is dead. What does that tell you about air shows? It tells you that they make you die. Zhang Zhaonan. Zhang Zhaonan, it's your turn. No, it's not your turn to shine. You're done. You didn't even watch the Super Bowl? What are you, European? What are you, some kind of professor of French literature? I think that people who are professors of French literature are dramatically less likely to watch the Super Bowl than other populations of Americans.
My mom watched the Super Bowl to socialize.
Your mom watched it what?
To socialize?
Oh, to socialize. Did she watch it with people?
What?
Did she watch it with her friends or something?
Yeah.
Delilah had people over for the football game yesterday.
That's nice.
Yeah, I don't think she's a huge football fan herself, but everybody appreciates the pageantry and spectacle of the Super Bowl.
Oh, sure.
A joint Navy Air Force flyover, huh? I'm just not all that big into sports. I probably would be if I took the time to get into it. I don't know. It's not, it's not the same kind of thing that you usually get into, or me, really. But like I was raised with a lot of sports. Watching any sporting event is a bit of an act of faith because any given game could turn out to be terrible or fantastic. You went to an A's game once? Wow, you picked the right team. I wish I had started playing the piano as a little kid. I wish I had had a piano teacher who knew how to teach me. I had a horrible piano teacher. What did that my horrible piano teacher do? She put sheet music in front of me and told me exactly how to hold my fingers while I tried to piece out.
Maybe she was your conflictor type.
Yeah, well, she was very TE.
Also, when I was asking you Typology about the character and whether it was TE or SE. And I was like, oh, maybe he's an ESFP, but the more I think about it, the more it's like his tool, I think, is SE, and that's why it's pronounced. And it's good continuity to have the character like say he's going to build a boat and then continue it. But like I asked you because I'm like, oh my god, like he's still building this boat.
Yeah, who's a terrible character? Character like me that brings up things that might be of interest and then never mentions them again or does them. That's a character that's very frustrating in any kind of a story, right? Like, you would think, who's writing this story? This character, Joseph here, he's like, all right, look, I've got this great idea. We're going to, everyone's like, that's a pretty good idea. And then nobody ever mentions it again until 2 episodes, 3 episodes later, Fred says, Joey, what happened with that idea? And Joey's like, no, I got a better idea now, a different idea. What an annoying character that would be, promising all these tempting, story arcs and then never delivering on them. Who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas loves you, but so do I. That's the message of this. I believe that the Brisk Iced Tea ad campaign, it's brisk, baby, that the voice in that was modeled after Telly Savalas. I used to think it was Frank Sinatra, maybe, but now I'm thinking it's Telly Savalas who's telling us it's brisk, baby. Well, I think, actually, instead of ending stream right now, I know it's very poorly attended and everything, but I think instead of ending stream right now, I will do a little floor sweeping with the stream on. Floor sweeping, maybe a little stair vacuuming. The stairs badly need vacuuming. Rachel saw a small handheld vacuum. I forget what it's called. The flea market and said, "You think we should get this for the stairs?" That's her very polite way of telling me, Eric, it has been like 9 months.
No.
9 months since you vacuumed.
I swear that was just a suggestion for
No,
Tab. It was not me.
Okay,
I
that's fine.
promise you.
I believe you.
I like to be more direct when it comes to stuff like that.
I believe you, but regardless, even if you were just trying to be helpful, you were helpful in reminding me that I really need to get around to doing that.
Well, as long as I was helpful that way, I was not trying to.
It was kind of a joke, so you'd be fine. I don't think you're that like sneaky.
You're not bushy.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm not really. I'd rather.
Yeah, like you'll say something like, "You think maybe today or tomorrow you can take my trash can out?"
Yeah.
Do you think maybe sometime in the next week or two I could eat?
Yeah, it is more like me. You're doing a great job, by the way.
Thanks. That's because I'm a professional. I'm not a professional sweeper, but I have so much professionalism that I make everything I do look professional. That's why everyone who's ever met me calls me the consummate professional. Even with a YouTube channel, you will rarely see me not wearing a tuxedo. This is a rare occasion where I'm dressed a little more casually, but Typically, this is like a tuxedo-only YouTube channel. Top hat tails. A walking cane made of real ivory. Don't worry, it was made out of a tusk that just naturally fell off of it. I wonder if there's people in the world who still think like, my preferred material to make this thing out of is ivory. Because, you know, there are a lot of bones that treat kind of like ivory. Is elephant tusk that much different than like a bone? I know the tusks go outside of their body, but it feels like they should still be made out of the same stuff, namely bone. Charlie Puth sang the national anthem. Never heard of him. Never heard of Charlie Puth. No sit-ups, pull-ups, or any kind of ups, but fuck-ups. Those I can manage. Telly Savalas is Jennifer Aniston's godfather, huh? That means if Jennifer Aniston's parents had died, Telly Savalas would have had to take care of her. Telly, can I have some lunch? There's a little Jennifer Aniston. Who loves you, baby? You do, but can I have some lunch? You've got it, baby. A smile that lights up the room. Take it from me, Telly Savalas. Okay, but what about lunch? Come here, little Jennifer Aniston. Have a martini with Uncle Telly. Martinis are not food, Telly Savalas. Not food. Tell that to the French, am I right? I don't know. I wonder how differently Jennifer Aniston would have turned out if Telly Savalas had raised her.
I wonder how often Jennifer Aniston drinks alcohol.
I'm guessing every anniversary of Telly Savalas' death.
There you go.
Okay. Making some sweeping progress. Sweeping here, sweeping there. A little bit of sweeping everywhere. Sweep your house, sweep your heart. Sweeping is the finest art. Okay. Where are we going to sweep next? So, we're actually going to sweep the carpet in here. And I think, shouldn't you vacuum the carpet here? Well, yeah, I should, but there's so much cat hair. I want to, you can see here, look at all this cat hair. I want to sweep up the cat hair before I vacuum. There's also some Rachel hair too. Get an occasional Rachel hair in the mix. I'm sure there's some of my hairs too, but my hairs are pretty small. I'm less likely to notice this. Trouble, this is all you, dog. This is ridiculous how much hair there is. It's all. It was not a super exciting game, Putty Cat. You're right. But it was nice to have on a long drive. And I was glad it stayed within at least theoretical reach until, halfway through the fourth quarter or so. Sounded like basically the Pats just couldn't handle the Seahawks defense. Getting too much pressure. They had good DB play, and Drake May didn't seem like he was really on this game that much. But unsung hero of the game, the field goal kicker. Why didn't he get the MVP? Kicked the Super Bowl record 5 field goals, plus extra points, plus kickoffs. I say he deserved the MVP. It wouldn't shock me if Isaac Punts says the same thing on YouTube. He's a content creator who creates content about punting. He'll cover kickers too. And sometimes he covers things that have nothing to do with punting. Or just about like a good football game or something, Anyway, I really like his content. Some dude netted $250,000 gambling on a coin toss. Well, that mattress guy apparently lost $2 million betting on the Patriots. He's got this system where he makes a big bet. He refunds all the purchase prices of the stuff he sold over the last whatever, So it's a good idea because it incentivizes people to buy stuff with the idea that, hey, it might turn out to be free after all in the end. Of course, if Mattress Mac was betting on the Patriots, I don't think anybody should have had that expectation. Because it seems pretty obvious that the Seahawks were going to win. I didn't know it was going to be that dominating, but if you watch the Seahawks in the playoffs, you saw a darn good team. Oh, this hair.
So much hair.
I mean, I wouldn't say the Patriots were one of the biggest frauds in the Super Bowl. I remember this game a long time ago. It was the San Diego Chargers, I think maybe against the San Francisco 49ers. When they just got absolutely walloped. Seems to me they were the biggest pretenders in Super Bowl history.
Who?
San Diego Chargers.
Oh.
They made it one year. I think it was against the Niners, and they just got curb stomped. Okay. Now, am I ready to transition from broom to vacuum? I don't think I'm quite ready yet, but I'm getting there. Ridiculous. Ridiculous how much hair there is here. We need to start shaving this cat. If you shave your cat, then it won't leave fur. If you shave your cat, okay. I think maybe that I should go over these stairs first with this and see what kind of cat hair I pick up. Quite a bit already. Quite a bit indeed. God. Like, it's not something you really think about when you're finding yourself with a cat all of a sudden. Well, what if this cat that I have here, what if it sheds an incomprehensible amount? What if it sheds more than any other 20 or 30 cats combined? How much of a hassle will that be for me? How much will it make my life suck? Well, the truth is, I wouldn't say it makes my life suck. But I would say, will you fucking stop shedding? I'm so done with it. I would say that. God.
Some of it is me, I'm sorry.
No, it's almost all trouble. Bears over Pats in '85. I don't remember that game. I was only 14. Okay. Let's get retarded in here. I'm gonna have to sweep the floor down there again because I have to sweep down all these leaves and stuff from here. Because where I hung the weed, that's a bunch of leaves. Look, every single stair has like this much hair on it. Look at that. Okay. Well, that got a decent amount of hair up. Let's throw this hair away. And that hair is thrown away. Now let's get these leaves and stuff from here. Okay. Now we're going to get this scooper and put this into the trash can. Okay. Before we put the broom away, let's do a little bit more sweeping in here to get a little bit more cat hair. And then we will probably put the vacuum. Okay. Okay. More hair over here. I really need to move the kitty. Get where it's sitting. It sits there a lot. Okay, Bubbles, I need you to move for a second, buddy. Where do you always sit? Hmm. There. Took a little doing. Look at that piece.
I was just thinking about how you were saying that you think that Adam Sandler is an ESTP,
Mm-hmm.
and I was thinking about it, like, like how is that true? And like, yes, his humor is very physical,
Mm-hmm.
and when it's not physical, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad jokes. Like,
Yeah.
it's not really.
But it doesn't seem like an ESFP, you know?
No, but so his NE is 8, so that's why I'm sure if you were to say, I'm not really a fan of your shabadoo, like, I think he would probably be like, a little prickled by that.
Well, yeah, people do tend to be defensive of the 8-spot function. If I told him his stuff was lacking in originality and enough good ideas, he would get defensive probably.
Maybe that's why he has his own production company.
I mean, I suspect it's so he gets all the proceeds from his movies.
Oh, that's true. And then also, like, even in his rom-coms, like, there's always a tinge of unseriousness. Like, even in, like, 50 First Dates, you know, like, he's not like he's doing FI, like, he's being sweet towards her and stuff. But it's always tinged with some sort of comic relief.
Right.
Comedic relief.
And it would be consistent with FE third, FI7, you know. He has trouble authentically portraying intimate tenderness or something.
Yeah. But his FI is good enough to know that a happy ending is what everyone wants.
What's FE?
FI, I mean.
That's NI or FE?
Oh, probably his NI. It's probably his NI. He knows that.
Knowing what other people want is not FI necessarily. Like, just because you put yourself in somebody else's shoes, it's not a good way to know what they want. Like, knowing what you would want were you in their situation is not a good way of knowing what they want.
No. But his FI, like
You think it's too good for 7? Is that what you're saying?
it is 7, I think.
Oh, you think
I agree with you that he's an ESTP. Because I'm comparing him to Adam Driver, you know, the guy who did the old man in
yeah, I know who he is.
yeah. Who I think is an ISFP. Because like in his roles he's very physical, but he's not known for like lines. And he's known for his emotionality in film.
I mean, Adam Driver, you're talking about the guy who did the Oil Man, right?
Yeah.
In that particular skit, that was very NE. It was very word-based. But I don't know if he wrote that or what, you know?
I think he acted it. I think he's a good actor.
Yeah, he is a good actor. And if he didn't write it, then that's fine. But
like I think, yeah, I think mostly the writers wrote it, and then
he killed it. And
yeah.
Hi, Keisha. Hi, Winston's mom.
Hi, Keisha.
I think I'm gonna wrap this up for now. In part due to low attendance, I suppose, but also because I think I might want to stream again later. So let's wrap this up for now.
See ya.
See ya.